Hello and welcome to the 27th episode of our Adventures in Excordia campaign. I'm the GM Connor, and playing with us tonight are Karen, played by Pyro.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Dat Rat, finally, played by Dom.
Who took my rat away?
Oh. And Daryl, played by Norvin.
Howdy.
Silver, played by Tristan.
Hello.
Katira, played by Liv.
I really think we have time for one more dungeon, guys. Let's go.
Morgana, played by Shane.
Hello.
And Zonkiri, played by Fergus.
Okay, I know you keep calling it friendly fire, but sickening radiance is radiant damage.
You happen to have radiation damage in there somewhere.
And the award goes to Liv.
Sickening radiation.
Let's see, deal 1 to Liv. So, Dom, before you got in here,
Thank you.
Dealt. I told everyone
Oh, yeah.
that whoever roasted you the hardest for being late would get an inspiration card, and Liv's the only one who bit. So,
Oi.
Thank you.
Fergus just did.
what do you mean?
That wasn't even a roast. That was just calling back.
It was just so over your head you missed it. Jesus.
Good grief.
I literally was referencing hitting a party member with the spell that the UA name was basically cause cancer.
Yeah.
Oh, it just...
Liv was just calling back to shit from World of Warcraft.
Yes, which is funny because it Dom's do a dungeon thing.
Dumbass. No.
It did not occur to me that it was a radiation joke. I thought it was just regular Zonkiri antics.
You
know what?
literally glow green if the spell hits you.
Yeah.
You know what?
You
I'm
become
gonna
one of the radio girls.
Yeah, I'm gonna give one to you out of DM being stupid award.
Couldn't we all get one then?
No.
Say that's it. We all need one.
There you go, Zonkiri.
It's not like he needs any more. Look at him. He's got
Yeah.
6.
He knows to hoard these.
Boy.
He is a man of resources.
That's his whole shtick.
Your fucking will.
And yet, you know, there's still important roles he saves it for, but we'll see.
Also,
So anyway.
most of my cards are actually kind of useless.
Yeah.
Oh.
All of them but one sounds pretty good, Fergus.
Who needs an extra bonus action?
Me.
Me.
Literally, it's
I
bargaining.
already have one.
It's bargaining to get somebody else's card. The only
Which
one,
is valuable.
just
I already have one.
all the others can be used for you, even for. Well, I guess that the extra.
That's where
Wait,
most of my
extra-
cards have gone.
Wait,
No.
extra bonus action lets you commit. Well, I guess
No, because
they don't get their action.
yeah, they don't get an extra action if I command them twice. I could just command 2 different groups of them to do 2 different things.
Well,
But like I
you
said,
can do that
bargaining.
anyway, can't you?
I've
And
got bonus action shit.
The
Katira's got. Matter of fact, Katira sucks down bonus actions like a fucking.
Katira
potato.
is all monks are all bonus actions. Do you know how many flurry of blows I can beat somebody up with a bonus action?
even my extra action card, because Connor changed the rules about like not being able to cast 2 spells.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you normally can't
Yeah.
cast 2 spells
you
of first
can.
level.
Normally, you don't have a fucking. I broke it down in the middle of that.
No,
Right.
Connor, it's if you cast a bonus action spell, you cannot cast another spell on that turn unless it's a cantrip. If
Well,
you have
yeah.
2 actions, you can cast 2 actions.
Yeah, technically, but also extra actions don't come by normally.
Well,
Well,
if you are fighter multi-class, you could.
Yeah.
Fighters get action surge at level 1, don't they?
It's actually a
Two.
pretty common thing for Eldritch Knights to do.
Hostile DM.
I'm gonna put this in the corkboard towards your case. I'm gonna file it away. But you make some valid points.
Didn't we have a session exclusively for him being a skeezy lawyer? You really want to do that, Connor?
No, we've actually had this conversation before. You said the exact same thing last time.
Well, I think that's politics right there.
You'll put it right above the other consultation.
So on to the recap. last we left off, you all had finished your venture down into the Underdark, made your way to the city of Gala'Zorn, a drow city filled with rat folk, tiefling, were-rat, and other monstrous races. You had done some investigation around the notable crime families in the city and located information on the orchestrator of the identified were-rat attack on the city. You had an individual named Drac, who was known to associate with the Shade Ruiners, a human trafficking family, on the more northern side of the city. You all had then left and quickly ventured back up the tunnels to Moonwatch to inform the governess of your findings, where you were given an unofficial sign to go and deal with the business down there, but that it was strictly unofficial because Moonwatch getting involved would be an international incident. Wink, wink. So after pseudo setting yourselves up as Black Ops agents, and probably not even pseudo at this point, what would you all like to do?
I would like to purchase a hat of disguise so that I may participate in the session, please.
You make your way over to Crowbeaks. She
You
is.
participated. You were a lovely bear.
Quiet you.
No,
You'll
I
have
need-
more emotions.
I need.
sure would like to.
No.
So-
Alright, I got a Crowbix.
She'll sell you one for.
Oh, I need it.
Do you want to negotiate price, or me to just tell you what it's going to be and buy it?
And Daryl, get off of my fucking car. Let's have two. Fuck off! Being bullied, DM. Help!
The price is going up every time you insult me.
Did you want to say yes,
It-
sir? Anyway,
No.
I would like to haggle the price.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
Cards just changed for some reason.
Let me make my argument first.
Okay.
This.
Sure.
All right, Crowbeak, we've done a solid bit of business now, and we're pretty interconnected in the levels of morality that we've just issued. You're pretty much our go-to for weird shit we find. We might as well be labeled as a supply source.
If you'd like to jot yourself down as an official supplier with a monthly quota, we can get a discount. Pulls a piece of paper out from under her and slides it over. Does like the rock eyebrow looking towards you, like a little bit twitchy.
Why?
Roll persuasion.
Need too much, brother. Okay. All right, I will use persuasion. God. Oh yeah, look at this charisma. Oh yeah. Persuasion. Thank you. 6.
Oh,
She continues the point she was stabbing with the paper if you want a discount. You mentioned the hat of disguise. It's going to be $650 gold pieces, or 1,300 electrum pieces. Whatever's most convenient.
We can ignore you slightly. I believe I left a small portion of my gold. Yep. I think I put it somewhere.
She produces almost looks like the Sorting Hat from Harry Potter, except like the little like eye wrinkle folds are stitched over and the mouth stitched up.
gross.
It's gently used. He twitches slightly
Put it-
on the desk as you're rooting through your coin purse. She like smacks the back of it and it goes still.
Oh god,
I can only waffle and buy you time for so long.
there's only so much in my bag. I don't think I have that much. I have 575.
Mhm. Do you have anything she might be interested in?
Yeah, we'll put the rest on the counter.
Ah! Immediately rakes it over the table.
I'm doing this, but Task Guys is a
An uncommon magic item that requires attunement, and it is in the compendium.
okay.
But yes, it is just a regular hat of disguise. It doesn't have any curses or anything, despite me describing it wiggling. That's just weird fae flavor.
What is it? 650
Yes.
minus 5.
So 75 from Dat.
Yeah, 75 from that.
And then she full on, you see the mirror floating above her head, floats over and looks down at you, Rat. Or Dat. Fuck. I mean, yes. But, was there something you were looking for?
Yeah, some of the on deck.
Fingers interlaced. Low key, it's kind of the vibe.
I require a contract.
Av? For?
For you.
Oh?
A binding contract for our arrangement.
Are you talking about... Remind Connor what you're talking about.
Really? Really, Connor?
This isn't the resurrection thing you're talking about, is it?
She wanted 2 people.
Oh. Yeah, that's already been signed.
No. A contract to give the people.
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ, Connor.
It just... Well, look. I understand what you're talking about now. I thought you were talking about another contract between you and
He's
her.
cute, not smart.
You ask for it, and immediately she pulls out 2 sealed scrolls. Anything will do tonight. Ink, blood, various bodily fluids, as long as they're the one signing it. Drop. Free of charge on these. But I will give you a charge if you have the wrong person sign.
What do you mean the wrong person?
Someone who's not actually the person we're looking for. Perhaps someone not with no magical or low magical ability.
Yes.
Just don't fuck up,
Maybe.
and you're good. Thumbs up.
No. These are magically binding contracts, yes?
Yes, so long as they sign it, it will be upheld by the Unseelie.
Ah, good. You will probably be getting at least one. You were here relatively soon, then.
I will remind you, it has to be of the free will without charm.
Yep.
Very good. She takes would that take a treat from Crowbeak? Because she absolutely does pull out like a small cookie.
Now, Connor, you know what happens when you give a mouse
Yes.
a cookie.
Now then he needs a glass of milk, and you give him a glass
It
of milk.
all goes downhill from there.
Okay, I need something I can.
Does Dat take it?
Yeah. Yes.
It is a mundane cookie. There is no curse or magic. It's just like a shortbread cookie. You kind of get the vibe that it's like giving a dog a treat. She's like, "Good contracty."
Pyramid schemes.
That is all I needed from Corby.
Okay.
I gotta figure out what I want to unattune from. Fuck.
Does anybody else want to buy anything from Crowbeak while we're in this scene?
Oh, hey, does she have my
No.
dagger?
You have your dagger. It would have been sent to you for the whole, but I just probably didn't narrate you getting it back.
Bad
Okay.
But you definitely do have it.
Is it an extra player bits or something?
I messaged you its abilities on
Did you? Okay.
on Discord. I also messaged it to Pyro if you can't find it.
There it is. Okay.
I'm replying to the message so you can.
Obviously, I have to keep.
I got it,
track of
Connor.
the fucking Crystal Sun. I really have to fucking the Devoted Sensor. The other 2 I kind of need. So I guess I'll unattune from that for now.
You had a devotee sensor? Neat.
Okay.
So, if nobody else has anything from Crowbeak, I'm going to move on from here. Is there anything else you all wanted to get in preparation for delving again? I will warn you, it's going to be a lot less intensive. You all have got a little bit of an idea on how to avoid interaction with things down there. So there will be less of a much less chance to run into things, but
So
If you give me 5,000 more gold, I might have something for Crowbeak.
truly unfortunate that I will not be doing that yet then. I happen to know where a whole horde of it is. It's just in a nearby mountain.
there is in fact, remind me again, what were the primary races of the city?
So from memory, it was Tiefling, Drow, Shadar Kai, Werefolk, or Were-Rat, and Rat-Folk. And there may have been one other. Generally just kind of...
Yeah.
Oh, and there was a noticeable but small population of other races, but most were cursed or in some way unhinged. I described what looked like a human man who then just had like black ooze gush from his eyes in the middle of the street and start to twist and contort.
Okay, I think I'm just going to have to go John Human. Or something. I don't know, because I don't know any of the languages.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to see if there was something there was like some sort of tongues thing.
You wanted to buy something from Crowbeak to basically.
Yeah, some sort of. Yeah.
Okay. It's a 3rd level spell. I'm gonna say it's literally just looking for something that'll let you cast tongues once a day.
Yeah, or like a universal translator kind of thing. Whatever is possible. I don't know what is possible.
Hmm.
So.
I might have an idea. Like how extensive this fucking thing is.
What is your idea?
What if I just make myself look like a still defender?
Oh, what?
Steel Defender is the thing that an armor smith or
some sort of
battlesmith
golem.
artificer uses. Just a little golem. You are a big golem.
I wouldn't be size large, is what I'm getting at. Because golems are size large. Connor's very anal about that.
Hehe.
My brother's reading patch notes for League of Legends.
Cursed manuscript. I'm gonna say it's a rare magic item, Katira.
All right.
Actually, roll me a d100. The lower the number, the more favorable the item. The higher the number, the. Okay, so fairly good.
Oh,
Remember what level you all are?
6?
Yeah.
7.
No, I think we're 7 now.
Yes, 7.
Definitely 7.
Because I'm waiting for 8 to get an ASI.
Yeah, I'm level 7.
Okay. So, Probeak will produce. Sorry, I'm taking time to make sure OBS doesn't get fucked up and it stops recording my audio correctly. So when I do scene changes to spoilers and stuff, it's going to take me an extra second because I only have one screen at the moment. She will produce what looks like a. She takes a skull of a small rodent-like creature, still with flesh attached, and she opens it up as you're describing it. Takes a pair of basically like knitting scissors and clips the tongue out, laces through it, puts like a gemstone stud through the wider part of it, and makes a earring of tongues out of a small rodent tongue.
Yep.
It'll cast tongues on you once per short rest.
Ooh.
It requires attunement.
Yep.
And is a rare magic item, so will cost you at base price. It's just casting a 3rd level spell, so I'll keep it below the max. But still, she will ask for 3,500.
Okay. Katira hands over 3,500.
You dump all that gold out, and you see her blind eyes glitter.
Dead and scared.
She scoops it off and just basically falls into extra dimensional space wherever she keeps her coins. Pleasure doing business. Did you want me to change the color or anything before you finish?
Can you make it purple?
The tongue is now purple.
Excellent. Fits with the aesthetic.
All right. She looks you up and down, turns into a smoky quartz gemstone stud. There you go.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure, dear. I'm slipping into the Zonkiri voice.
It's infectious.
No. Well, is there anybody else who wanted to buy anything from Probeak?
Nope.
I have something to sell.
All about it.
All right, I have 3 spell books with spells up to 4th level.
She could make a killing selling those to the nearby Mages Academy.
We could sell it to them instead.
She'll pay you. They all have mixed things up to 4th, right?
Yep.
She'll give you 800 per book. Probably a bit of a low ball, but
Yeah, a standard is 100 for a spellbook with maximum 4th or 5th level. It's yeah, 100 platinum, so 1,000 gold.
hmm.
So yeah, it's a bit of a low ball. Hmm. I'm gonna say, yeah,
I'm gonna be right back.
at 800 for each of the spell books, and you throw in a, what was that spell component I needed?
Well,
A 100 gold jewel, or a 100 gold glass eye.
shit.
She's definitely got to have that.
She just has
You say that,
eye
and she pretends to mull for a second, then grabs a small box or a small, like, looks like a bedside table, sets it on the counter, and pulls it over. Do you have a color preference? And you see just a collection of glass eyes of different colors.
Ooh, I like this green one with the black iris.
It's yours. And then
we
she
sell
does.
them in bulk, you
She
see.
does thumb through the spell books to make sure they actually have spells on them, but it's like literally just like
Stone skin, confusion, blight, arcane eye.
she's mainly just making sure
Uh,
that they all have actual spells on them and there's no filler pages.
Yeah.
So-
They're also in. One of them's in dwarf, one of them's in draconic, and one of them's in common. I don't know if that makes a difference to her.
If not, she can get a hold of comprehend languages.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I needed that component for clairvoyance. Technically, I also need 100 gold bejeweled horn if
Hmm.
I want to hear through it, but I have only ever found use of clairvoyance with the visual one.
Common draconic sylvan. Interesting. So is there anything else anybody wants to purchase?
Nope.
Okay. Is there any of the general adventuring gear anybody wants to get before you all? What are your all's plans before you head back down?
We have to actually meet with the governess first, don't we?
You did that last session.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the very end of the
that
last
was
session.
like, wait.
How were we going rations?
I actually have zero memory of that. That's weird.
Yeah, that's when she was like, I can't tell you to do this, wink, wink. But it would be really bad if you did this, wink, wink.
And Zonkiri responded by saying the words "wink, wink" after saying that he understood.
Right.
There's more implication than I said.
Yeah.
So we're being sent down. We're not being sent down there to take out this
Not take out this guy.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Bolton, right?
That's the guy who hired the rat that you're looking for, whose name is Drac. No clue on where Daxam is, but you know of Drac, the rat he hired and used to do the things.
But yeah, we're going after Drac to get to Daxam.
Yes.
Because Daxam's the one who ordered the attack.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, that's horrible.
I want to make sure I got
Two
who we
ancient
were
silver
going to kill,
coins.
right?
Okay. Do you want a standard courier or an arcane courier, Andariel? One is instant, one will take weeks. Arcane? Okay, let me look up the spell. Speedy courier.
50 gold.
50 gold. So they'll charge you 60 for the shipping. 50 for the spell components, 10 for...
I gave you the scroll for that, right, Zinkir?
Yep.
Oh,
I still need a scroll back from you for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
interesting. I thought Karen still had it. Never mind.
No. I bet what we hashed out is I gave it to him, put it in his spellbook, and he was gonna just make one at some point and give it back to me.
Gotcha. So yeah, Andera, you describe Abther for the spells correction. You go to an office that basically has like people there on staff to do sending, messaging, basic bureaucracy spellcasting. You go in, drop the 60 gold, the magical chest appears, drop the coins in. Is there anything else you wanted to send? It's about I think it's a foot large chest,
3 foot.
3 foot, and you can put it up, and then when you close it, it gets sent. It will not affect the rate. Is there anything else you wanted to send to him?
Flat shipping.
Checking.
Eh,
Is
I'm
that
also going to send Archmage Loris Torum's journal
okay?
Woo!
and a dragon chest set that she doesn't need.
but
Any
take
note?
it.
They provide free paper and quill with the purchase of shipment.
Enjoy. Stop being an ass.
I'm assuming you signed it, Andy or Andariel.
Yep.
And after you close the lid, it disapparates, and you see just a little wisp of wind launches up and out into the sky.
Whee!
And the guy says, "It has been sent. Thank you for shopping with us."
Turn and walk out.
I'll say for location purposes, that was at the Bank of Moonwatch. That's where the tellers and sending and all that happens. So, any other preparations before you all head down?
Yeah.
I just got back. Where are we heading?
To the Underdark
Back
again. Is
down.
there anything you wanted to do in preparation? Things you wanted to buy, people to see, etc.?
Can
Everyone-
I buy a ring?
Okay, just a standard ring.
Yeah.
I can
How
pull.
much would that cost?
Give me a moment, and I will give you a price. D&D links, venturing gear. Probably somewhere between 5 and 10 gold, but I'll get you an exact price here in a second. Was there anything else you wanted to
Son of a
purchase?
bitch.
Well, you're talking to me now.
No, just the ring will do.
Okay. A signet ring goes for 5 gold pieces, so we'll go. Are you looking for a nice ring or just a band of metal?
Pretty much a band of metal.
A silver piece for what's essentially like a steel ring. Then
Okay.
it's literally just a band, no filigree, no gemstone. That's it. But it is a ring.
That's all I need.
Cool. Last call for preparations.
No,
I'm good.
you're right.
Oh, no.
We need to
Okay.
keep ourselves entertained on this trip, and I know this really old game that we could play
Shut up.
going down
I,
Yeah.
I'm gonna burn the head of disguise if you say it. I won't actually, but
Huh?
don't you say it.
What, Connor? It's only mercantile.
Lightning.
the-
The storms start
able
rolling in.
game- the
Fuck the
able
partly
game
crowded
of-
part. Storm's starting to gather directly above Cairn.
Destroy water.
So
Karen, I believe the gods are angry with you.
They're always angry at me.
if you all have
Maybe you
nothing else to prepare for, I will have you all make your way. You do also, as a reminder, you were given notice that they were going to start searching for lichen folk. Remind me, Karen, did you let the governess know that you are
Yes.
using? I'm ruling to detect poison and disease. I'll allow it to detect the presence of lycanthropy. You let her know. She gives a nod. Basically, she knows that any paperwork that comes out of y'all saying "noted lichen," sign off on.
There's 2 of us.
Well,
I sided
only one
with
of them said
Tony,
something.
I sided with Tony in Civil War.
You are also know that they're going to have probably even in town. There's going to probably be a stringent curfew for a while they're trying to suss out how many of the population have been infected.
Trying to sus.
Mogus.
Trying to quarantine everybody, close it down to prevent a full rat folk conversion.
It'll just be 2 weeks, guys. Just 2 weeks.
You see like the equivalent of like a wizard's apprentice doing calligraphy saying SOCI. There's a little symbol in the middle that says 5 feet. Just pulling out a book of 5-foot measurements so that the people can know it by literally anything other than saying 5 feet. 2 penguins, 1.5 elephants. It's weird. You have no idea why they would do this and not just say 5 feet. But you make your way to the
Katira looks
undercart.
at it. She looks. Who's the nearest person to her at this point while we're walking by this?
Probably Karen. He's fiddling with
Like
his
Karen.
hat.
She looks at Karen. She says, "People in Moonwatch will measure using anything but the metric system."
I measure things in cheeseburgers, like my forefathers believed in.
With that, you exit
That makes
Moonwatch.
There is a standardized system for it. Why would you do this?
You have any idea how long it took me to get used to feet after measuring everything in corpses for so long?
Now,
Man, that must have been real confusing the first time he heard somebody use feet.
So was it elf feet? Was it giant feet? Or
Exactly.
We go into the hall.
Yeah, you make your way back down into the watch, produce your letter of temporary indefinite access, make your way down to the inn bubble. The 2 guards, 2 different guards now, they seem to be rotating the duty. Open the final makeshift door for you. You step out past the bubble. It's closed behind you. Would everybody will roll no more than once? Would the first person like to roll me a d20 as you all start your adventure back down?
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
Damn.
Katira, do you want to count that as the next one?
Sure.
Nothing happens.
Yay!
Anyone else?
Let the self roll.
Ooh. I appreciate the inline roll. 17. Roll me a d100, Zonkiri.
Almost got him, Bandara.
Well, it's sneaky on ya.
Andy's toy right there.
What?
17.
Fuck off.
Why?
Why would you do the most? I'm not gonna.
Because I can.
I hate every part of that.
That was awful.
You monster.
Yes.
You devil.
Yes.
Anyway.
So, well, you all are. I'll say you're coming up on the bridge you'd seen previously, the one where you fought the Dragoloth. Zonkiri, there's a small thing protruding out of the wall. That seems to be covered in crystals. It is wedged in the wall, though. Like the rock has formed around it. It appears to be some sort of container. The opening end is not facing towards you. How would you like to proceed?
Does it start talking about how great of a warrior it is?
No. You would notice it does have a faintly blue crusting of the gems.
Zonkiri will start with just an identify. See if it's magic.
It's a lead container.
Oh, it's a lead container encrusted with blue gem.
Yes. It has gems growing around it, like little. I know there's probably a word for it, but just very small crystal structures on it, just enough to where you can sort of see almost like it has frost on it, but it's gemstones with little clusters on it. Kinda.
Okay. Is it in the solid rock?
Seemingly.
Alright. In that case, I am going to. Stop it.
No.
No.
No, mouse.
Mm. Squeak, squeak.
Crawling on my foot.
I'm assuming you pointed out to everybody else as well.
Yeah.
You all are
Does anyone
standing
have
here.
any ideas
It
how
almost
we might be able to get this out?
it almost looks like a pneumatic tube you get at the bank before. Well, the tube's the mechanism, but like the container that you put your stuff in and then send up. It almost looks like that, but it's like sideways and in the wall.
Is there any purpose to getting it out?
It's growing crystals.
Is it growing crystals, or are the crystals growing around it?
I don't
Give me
see
a
any.
nature check.
12.
12. Zunkira, you can very clearly see these crystals are forming around it. Katira, it's hard to tell for you.
Fair enough.
Mm-mm.
Not my specialty.
It's made of lead. That means it's containing something. We should leave it.
I'm sorry, how does that logic follow?
If you wanted to contain something that was magical in origin and dangerous, what metal would you use to do so?
I don't understand that question.
Is lead not the most prominent magic blocking material?
I mean, it's good for hiding magical things, yes, but why would you want to seal away something dangerous? That's the part he didn't understand.
Because if we don't do anything, if we don't seal away things that are a little bit dangerous, we have that rat getting his brain sucked out.
And sliced in half.
Speaking of which, reminder, who has the beans? Is it Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
Or did I try? I think I tried to give him to Zenkiri, and he refused.
No, you specifically didn't give them to Zunkir. You asked me,
Right. Oh, I know
how we
were
should
talking
use
about.
them.
Okay, and I completely forgot. Yeah, I have them. 2 of them.
Can you guys think of any beasts with tunneler?
Badger. Badger. Giant
Nope.
badger.
Giant badgers have tunneler?
Yes. Or yeah, giant honey badger or something about giant badger.
No, they don't.
Kuthric Hive Lords both have tunneling.
That is smart.
Pretty sure hive lords are monstrosities.
They are both monstrosities, yes.
He asked for a beast.
Oh.
We did.
And what the fuck was it? I think
My brain interpreted that as monster creature, not
giant badger has burrowing up to 10 feet.
Not burrowing, tunneler.
What the fuck is
tunneler means it can go through stone.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
It's a difference. Because burrowing is only through like earth or sand or mud.
I will let everyone else try to come up with a solution while I look for a monster that I can, or a beast I can turn this into.
Just go over and open it.
No, the lid is turned in a way that you can't open it because it's stones formed around it. You would have to bust open the side with something.
Hey, Det Rat. Well, let's see here. Who do we have here?
He's muted and idle, but
Yeah. who we have here that is an accomplished alchemist. Hey, Silver. You know anything about any alchemy?
If you're asking me if I can make a bomb, I
I'm
don't.
not asking for a bomb. I'm asking for acid. Because I don't have the jar anymore, or the fucking angry, formerly French jar. It's still up top. We were
Wait,
tricked
what?
on that.
Why don't you have that?
Zombies
There's-
using it to make
because
poison.
They're filling
Oh,
the traps back at the fort.
Right.
So seeing if Silver or Datrat could fashion some sort of acid.
I mean, that rat is the one that does all the chemical stuff. I'm robotics.
Gonna be honest. Didn't know if you were severely specialized in it. I just slide over here. I'm pretty sure one of the innate things you can do with an alchemy tools is create acid over. I don't know if it's a short rest,
Long rest.
long rest.
No, getting through it's not a problem. I can do that easily with my smith's tools. It's opening it without being able to move it. That's the issue.
And the lead's gonna block any clairvoyance, things like that. Would
Well, no, it's, the spells I have prepped right now aren't to the help with this.
I mean,
What?
I could probably cast Shatter, see if we could break the stones.
you know?
Bring the tunnel down around us.
Mike, hear me
Or
out.
thunder
I might
damage.
have an idea.
Do it.
Connor.
Mhm.
Maybe augury.
Okay, what do you?
Like, if I ask what happens if we open it, if something bad happens, I don't know. I'm just putting out options.
Be very specific in your wording.
Uh-huh.
I know the challenge
I-
presented with this, and if you give me a very general one, I'm gonna have to say unclear.
Then again,
What kind of container does it look like?
It's a lead tube. It looks like the stuff you have in the bank that you would put things in the drive-through, then shoot up the pneumatic tube. Looks like a sealed lead capsule tube.
it is a large thermos.
I'll say you also see a couple places where a leather strap might be woven through, but you see no leather strap on it anymore. Presumably rotted off.
Oh, I know what happened, guys.
What happened?
Somebody's teleportation thing messed up. They got telefragged. That's why it's in solid rock.
Oh
Yeah.
God, they got spliced.
Ouch.
Norva wants to do an arcane or history check.
Uh,
Could enlarge reduce do anything to that?
check and see if I've read or heard about
reduce the
this.
container?
Read or heard about somebody. There's no chance to recover if somebody once blinked into a wall, but you can make me a history check if you heard of somebody who was never heard of again after they teleported away, and then piece together where they came from. It'd be hard. Just cylinders like this. I mean, yeah, give me an Arcana check. Fairly easy. You've probably encountered them before. Yeah. So you recognize these are just kind of the base component of something if you're trying to like steal something magical without somebody being able to spot it with like detect magic or basic divination spells. It seems like some sort of tube that somebody is looking to steal magic items with to stuff in. You've definitely seen versions of this kind of mechanism at Abther's tower. Similarly, he'll put letters and stuff on them or in them. He specifically used these for like more dangerous stuff, things he used all the time. He wouldn't bother, but yes, you've seen them on Dario. It appears to be just a regular container. It can be trapped on the inside if somebody so chose to do it, but you don't see any evidence of it on the outside.
All right. I've got one idea based on what I've got prepped. If you guys don't have any others,
I mean, I could.
I don't have it.
I could try reduce and see if it will just shrink and dislodge itself.
Possible.
You want to try
I
that?
was gonna.
It,
I was.
it's
just
not
gonna-
an item that's being carried or worn, so I think I can do that. It could do that.
All right.
So you cast reduce on it.
Yeah.
It shrinks to half its size, and you see it. You all catch it without it falling in preparation, and hold it out there. You do see a skeletal hand is like built into the stone as well behind it, Zonkiri.
Yeah.
I believe Zonkiri's first assumption was correct.
You
be
piece
sup-
together that somebody did teleport into the fucking wall.
You'd be surprised the sheer number of hatchlings that are lost every year because they can't get their teleportations under control.
The you also, I'll say, if anybody wants to make a history check on the tube, you might be able to identify where they came from. If you don't already have a hint.
God damn it.
15 from Karen, 13 from Andario.
I have an idea based on the crystals.
Yeah, it's where you're thinking. You get the idea that this was somebody who thought they were gonna stroll up to Zyrteth's chamber, steal something, and then bamf out. And they did bamf out, but they did not get away.
So what I'm hearing is we have something from his hoard in front of us.
Something from long ago.
Is there a opening on the other end?
You can now open it. Yeah, it takes a bit of a.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make a strength check because you've got strong people, but you kind of have to break the little crystals that were forming a bit of a seal and open it.
I don't know, that's-
And inside, you find some coins and a bottle. You find 110 gold pieces. Just basically what somebody's one quick handful grabbed, and a potion with a deep blue coloration that swirls inside of crystal. Identify reveals it as a potion of psychic resistance.
How quaint. Shame you didn't use it.
Now these crystals growing on this thing.
Not worth anything.
Okay.
Like it's just enough to notice the color.
And identify or this bottle, is it filled with something or
That's what's in the bottle, the potion of.
Oh, okay.
It was in the thermos color dust.
Oh no! It is not the potion of. Although it would be very funny to have a potion of psychic resistance with 110 gold points dumped in it as he was running. No.
Yep. Not much here. Dunker was kind of dump the coins in a bag to deposit the vault later.
And just the tube.
Yeah, just chuck it.
I'll say as you're going over past the ledge, you just toss it down into the pit. And next person, D20. Or no, that's what how you roll D20s. Yeah. For the fourth trick. You've now crossed over the bridge. Nothing happens as you get start to make some good speed. You cross the doubling back. You pass by sort of familiar territory. It's not the exact same tunnels, but you're making good time. Next one. A 6. Give me a. Everybody, give me a dexterity saving throw. Dangerous sense will apply to this Morgana.
Dex saving throw.
Small rockfall.
Rocks fall.
TA. Yes. Unless you have something that protects you from falling rocks.
Blank. Or not blank, Misty Step. I don't know.
Sure. You see the rocks starting to fall, and you look down 30 feet ahead.
Oh, I mean, as long as they're
But-
not a DC 18, I think everyone who's rolled so far has passed it. Well, everyone has passed it.
Yeah, no, you all avoid all the damage.
Yay.
Out of
So-
curiosity,
so-
Norvin, what would you? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that. No, Dom. Are you
I
with
think
us?
Dom might AFK.
Mm,
Think he's decayed away.
Reduced to
Just a little.
atoms.
uh, well, we got one interaction out of him.
The half-life of Don's or Dom's interaction time is about.
He's on mobile now.
Interesting.
You think he's feeding the pig?
I don't know what he's doing, but it's
Oh,
probably
yeah,
chores.
so-
You all avoid these rocks. As you're walking by, you just see some old boards in like a mine shaft structure give out as you're passing by them, and you manage to dodge out of the way of the rocks. The pathway's not sealed behind you, but it's enough that it would have done like a D10 damage. Oh, pig got loose.
Oh no!
Run, Rosie! Freedom! Viva la bacon!
How did they know it got loose?
Did he DM you that?
Yes.
Yeah!
I asked him, "Are you AFK?" He said, "Coming back now." Pig got loose.
No, he caught the pig! No, Rosie!
Uh,
Destined for bacon.
Pyro secretly
No.
hired a hitman to go and release the pig.
Why would I hear your hitman to do that?
Just fucking
Oh.
some illegal activity, steal the pig and bring it to you.
I hired a elite mercenary group to go let the pig out.
And the plan was almost a success. I'm not gonna have him roll then, since he's dealing with shit. I don't want to get hung up on some random rocks. You all, I would normally have him roll the last segment too, but I'm just gonna blast through that as well. You all make your way back to the Underdark. Map change.
Take a moment.
It's at this moment that Karen audibly sighs.
It takes most of the day. I'm assuming you all took a long rest up there.
There's always the leathers.
Are you sure you don't want to be a bear again?
I give you. He takes out a blue bow at the just out of his pocket and just burns it.
Sacred fire.
Never again. And then Karen, gives a kind of side glance at Morgana and puts on the hat, and you see him transform into this. That is not what I wanted to post. That is my ability that I was trying to fix. But here we go. Here's the quick shoot. Copy. Good thing I shoot it to Connor first. Ha.
Interesting choice.
It's an old friend.
So, you change to look like a automaton.
Yes.
For Flare, did you want to change any of it? I think you can do disguise self at will with the hat, but
Yes.
I'm assuming you make it look like you and Morgana. Or do you make it look like you and Morgana are in any way related?
No. The Morgana seems to be a more human-looking model. Though the guy I'm thinking of is definitely not the human.
Gotcha.
Sanctioned. Given the god he goes about seeing that symbol, he definitely leans into steampunk more.
Gotcha.
Piston back too.
So, you all are. I think it's in. How far away is this? Is the exit tunnel? Okay, so it is a day's trek from the tunnel to the town.
Yep. And I just keep this up.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you all keep watch at the tunnel's mouth like you have in previous adventures.
Yeah.
Alright. Who's keeping watch?
Swear to God, I'm gonna kill that pig.
Oh, yeah.
mean, that's the plan,
Okay, yeah.
right?
Isn't that the goal?
That's
That
the
is.
plan.
You know, that pig's only got another week.
Oh, my baby!
He knows.
Time.
She can sense it in the air.
She knows, but unfortunately, she's in a fenced-in area, and then there's another fenced-in area outside of that. So that it luckily
Yeah,
didn't
there's
take
fuck
very
all she
long.
can do about it.
Wait,
A true
Karen looks
son
like
of
that.
a true
She's in
son of her
Barbatrez.
war.
I
Yes.
just now finally saw it.
Yeah, Karen looks like that right now.
Also, why are there 2 Never Downs?
Yeah, there's a joke about that one.
Yeah.
And so the actual reason is because Connor was copy pasting and didn't realize they made a duplicate. The in canon reason is now that one of them says their name is Everdown and one's Never Down, and they both claim the other one's Everdown.
All right.
Good thing we'll never go there.
Everyone.
They're Sphere Neblin
That
towns.
is a silly place. We
North
should
never down, but
They are Sphere Neblin towns.
Welcome to Never Down, not to be confused with Ever Down, like down the road.
Unless you want us to cut you, this is Never Down. Yeah. So first watch. Who's
I
up?
think parrots are-
Zunkri, I'll take first watch.
Or we can do the quick watches. As in one person has advantage.
That's fine.
It's fine with me.
Who has the highest perception?
Sure.
I think Karen has a higher modifier.
But she has special shit.
I have better passive.
Yeah, because you have what is observant.
Observant.
So Karen, I'm assuming they were going to vote for you to do the check.
You have the better mod.
Hee haw. All right, perception. Hey, make sure it's at the public. Yep.
Oh, the other race that I forgot earlier, Dampiers in Gala'Zorn.
Thank you. Excuse you. Yeah, Karen's the light glows red.
I said that before, but it just occurred to me thinking of. But go ahead.
Damp ears. All right.
Damp ears,
Okay.
yes.
Good
We
to
call
know,
sea
good to know.
elves.
Wait, what?
Damp ear, because elf ear.
Boo.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Go back to
16.
your corner.
Half vampires are the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend because Karen was a bear. He just wouldn't pay attention. He goes, "Wait, what?"
There was what in that town? Yeah.
How does that deal with their soul thing that you're talking about?
Good question.
That's a really good question. All right,
So-
so 16.
16. Watch goes mostly uneventful. Well, goes mostly not dangerous. You do see all sorts of. Excuse me. You do see all sorts of creatures and various obstacles and problems in the dark out there, but most of it keeps away from you. Anything that does get close, you just kind of glare at it for a minute in the dark, and it gets the message that it's not going to get the chance to ambush you. And you will complete your long rest with no issue. So, Brim Flick, re-up, Automaton, and I'm assuming you'll head into town.
Yeah.
in we go.
Wrong town.
Oh
Nope,
God,
we
we got
gotta go.
turned it up a cookie.
So,
The fucking freak out.
No music.
I
Where
was
am I?
doomed in. I have the perfect song.
I have Drow City music. I'll put
Yeah.
it in now.
No Weird Al. That
I think 3 times I've opened up an extra tab to go look for music and then forgot to do it because somebody said something and I was like, oh, shiny.
Just to say, I'm gonna be changing one of my infusions.
Okay. Whoops, that's a tier vibe. Whoops, wrong one.
Hey Karen.
Yeah, what up?
Is there a spell you would like to prep for today?
Just for you,
That you-
since Travis. Let's see. We just
Considering we're looking for this were rat name
Drac.
Drac.
Oh, right, yeah. Locate shit, yeah. Let me just tack off some of the things I probably won't need.
I'll change
So, Dat, because you weren't here, I'm gonna go ahead and re-describe the city.
Okay.
So, coming up on this, as he's readjusting his spells, you see a metropolis city, much larger than any you've seen above ground. I'm actually going to move you back to the Underdark Tunnel for a second because I need to point out things that you recognize. This is where you came up to meet the party that leads into the mountains with Zyrteth. Your home clan is not on this map. This is just the northeast region. Yours is down further southwest of where Rustrand is.
Mm-hmm.
You would have traveled basically on the outskirts of towns, avoiding most of them, more or less along the path I've drawn out now. Can you see it? Or do I have it hidden?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. You more or less traveled there with a bit more zigzagging and made your way up to the party. You have probably not been to Gala'Zorn. And you would know that
More than not.
from your escape, the lab that you fled from, the facility, was further south. Almost, what are the name of those towns? But the southern fork of the continent is more towards where it would be. So, with that covered, you come across the metropolis, Gala'Zorn. You see all sorts of drow and spider iconography. You see cables of power running, arcane power running from places disguised as spider web, drow statues and faces. You come across you're coming up on a series of guards who appear to be drow in armor. I'll say for shits and giggles, one of them appears to be a Shade Archive. They do mostly seem to be male, and there is a higher officer's office off to the side. So, coming up, you all know that they're going to ask you your business in the city. You know not to be too suspicious, but since you weren't here, Dom, the purple lines mark out the territory of the notable crime families of the city. The red is the label for them. If you have any questions, ask. So, you all are making your way up to the guards, disguises and such in tow. They speak to you in Undercommon. Purpose for your business?
What language are they asking in?
Undercommon.
Undercommon.
Endariel, do your thing.
Andariel.
Get up their face. Do it.
Sorry, someone was talking to me. What's up?
Guards are responding in Undercommon, or saying to you in Undercommon, what's the reason for your visit as you're approaching the gates?
Information gathering and stuff. Sorry. Oh boy.
Oh,
You see an eyebrow raised somehow under the helmet. It looks at you.
We're on official business. Just let us through. We were here not that long ago.
Give me a persuasion check.
If you need it, I gave you the card.
I have to declare the cards before I do anything?
Nope, after, but one card per roll.
Okay.
Think you're good? They nod. Best of luck with whatever business you're continuing. Open the gate. The front gate opens, you all step in, it closes. Second gate opens, airlock style. As you're passing through that, you notice, like you did before, there's a bunch of guards hidden in the wings inside of this two-layer wall, just kind of sitting around, playing cards, sharpening weapons, etc. And now you all are crossed in. Changed to the dragon token. Have crossed into the district of the Dreadscales.
okay, so we want to start from the southern end and then work our way up. Because again, we have an hour, and if we recall, that's pretty much a district, and like half another one, maybe.
Hold on, I'm doing maths.
Thank you. And we don't have an active time limit on us this time, right? From the governess.
Probably not. I mean, she just wants
Okay.
us to not kill this guy who we do not know where he is.
If we use it, if Karen uses it right now and does not get a ping, we can head south, and that'll cover the entire eastern half of the city. Because the river in the middle is going to stop it from the detection from going across the center. So you should have 2 5th level or 4th level spells, right?
No, only one. We're level 6.
We're level 7.
Right.
Then-
We're level 7.
You don't have arcane recovery.
No,
my bad.
level 7. Yeah, fine. I think different campaign, but yeah, I only have one.
Okay. Yeah, we can search one side of the city today. We'll search the side of the city tomorrow. Try to figure out where he's hanging out.
It'll take an hour to get. Okay. All right. So now.
Yep.
Alright, spells. All right, I move off to the side and proc. Locate creature.
Trying to locate track. It's a pretty good. Thank you so much. I'm assuming Zonkiri or Karen.
Yeah, but it's invisible to us.
Yeah, but it helps me know. At the moment, you get, and I know it's blocked by the river. Currently, no ping on him. But the spell
Right,
does last for an
invisible.
hour, so.
I silently shake my head at Zankari.
Zonkiri nods and begins heading south.
Okay.
Follow.
I'm assuming you can move your tokens. There. Let me know which. You can't go into the walls, but did you want to? Okay. One thing at a time. Blocked by the river. You do not get any ping from him on this side. However, did you want to make since you were in a new district, did you want to make any kind of investigation check to identify the family that runs this area?
Would we need them at all?
It's up to you all, but I wanted to ask.
Ariel wouldn't go out of her way to do it. But
It would
if
take a
anyone
little
asked her
bit
to,
of-
She would.
It would take a little bit of searching and out of the wayness.
I mean, if we wanted to use one to figure out who we're looking for, I believe the dread scales would be the one we wanted to use.
I would also like to point out that might take time out of, so it could be something we could do after we narrow down the search, because it might not even be this district.
So you get to the edge of the hour, and you are confident that the western half of the city does not have him.
All right.
That's a shame.
All right. I'm tapped.
Yeah, that's all you've got.
That was my top ammunition.
What level spell was that?
4th.
4th?
Yep, only got one of those.
So, now that you all have the locate creature comes to an end, the field of sense disappears. What would you like to do with the rest of your day?
Probably make our way to the other side.
Okay, continuing south.
Yeah, might as well just.
Yeah, just
We-
be prepared.
We can try to gather information on who runs each segment as we're moving through.
Okay. Investigation check, then heralded by Andariel, since she speaks Thieves' Cant and knows what signs to look for.
Yes, the arc, which she's the face of the
If
party.
somebody did want to help her, well, you can have advantage.
I can help her.
The rat will help her with Undercommon.
Oh, that's a good
All
idea.
right, that rat also has this. We'll see. This is your home terrain.
By the way, since he wasn't here last time, would you guys mind pinging your languages again so he knows the language barrier he's facing?
Oh yes, I love.
Oh, Zonkiri made a sheet, actually, or Fergus made a sheet in chat.
It's actually pinned.
Fergus is Zankiri. Well, Zankiri is.
That's why I make the joke every so often that Fergus is played by Zonkiri in the intro. My bad. So yeah, I drop the die and I'm gonna leave it.
We'll find it again later.
Don't mind that thud.
Your door's closed, right? Your dog won't find it.
I picked it up because she's in here with me. I know I said I was gonna leave it, and I immediately was like, oh nope, that looks like a snack.
Yeah, probably good. Yeah.
So investigation in Dario with a natural 20. You find them an abandoned temple to well actually at surface level looks like an abandoned temple to a god, but upon looking and listening below, you see that there is a thriving community worshiping some creature from the hells. If you'd like to give me a religion check, you can identify who they worship.
Religion? Hee-haw.
You see a towering figure in a long dress, holding a candelabra in one hand and a sword in the other. Candelabra up, sword down, almost like a halfway between Lady Liberty and Victory, is I think the pose I'm thinking of. You identify her. I thought Justice was holding. Anyway, you identify her as the Wax Lady, and with a 22, I'll give you a bit more insight on what you know about her. You know the Cliff Notes version. She is a goddess of falsehoods, lies, and disguises. She is, even with a 22, you know her origin myth. She was once said to be a very beautiful woman, and in a town where there was a festival to Inkaris, where the goddess herself would enter in on a palanquin and bless them for their offerings, offended by them calling Inkaris more beautiful than her, like a reverse, I think it was Aphrodite or Hera myth.
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite, that makes more sense. She snuck into the palanquin where Inkaris would reappear the next day, stole a bottle of her perfume, and decided to put it on so she would be more beautiful. Basically melted her skin off and made her into a puddle of fat, which then became rendered out as wax, and emerging from it was the Wax Lady.
Hate that bitch. She
Mm.
killed me in a past life.
Very her followers are very intent on being beautiful, and will do anything to achieve it. You actually see large drums of boiling wax where people sit around and take basically a ladle, pour it on themselves, and then sculpt new features onto them. You see one takes a ladle and kind of just pours it over their head, and as they kind of like extrude it through their hair, it changes colors, and then another scoop, and it changes from straight to curly. You see somebody ducks their hands in and seems like washes their face, and it's a completely different person looking like it. Creepy.
Remind me to come back here when I get seaming and just make them all hideous for a day.
On
Wonder how
seeing
that feels like.
this, and Daryl's gonna let out a little chuckle and go, just look at everyone. I suggest we get the hell out of here. These people are creepy. And as they're hopefully getting the fuck out, she's going to explain who the candle woman was and why she's so unnerved by these people.
You just kind of, after you realize everything that's going on, you start to notice that there's a whole lot of beauty parlors and cosmetics, and not a lot of food or general other supplies, just things to look almost like a like North Korean city. It looks very pretty, but a lot of them don't seem to be. Some of the buildings don't look to seem in use. It just looks nice, but probably one of the prettier sectors you've walked through. And then, as you go to the next sector, they're called the Ebon Guard, by the way. Identified by a symbol of a black candle that at the bottom turns into a candle that has a sword hilt below the flame. Investigation check for this section if you would like. Okay, with a 13.
Still a little unnerved from that last group.
Fair. With a 13, because I'm assuming the same person who helped you before helps you again. With a 13, you see whispers and places that are marked as do not trespass, but you don't spot a place that's easy enough for you to slip in that you aren't afraid you're going to be stabbed for stepping where you shouldn't. But
Okay.
you identify no, I'll leave it at that at 13.
Okay. Just gonna keep on moving.
Yep. The next one, assuming again, same people help.
Yep.
Good thing they helped. Katia helps steer you clear for a bit, and you actually recognize the name of the people here, Andario. You look at your map and notice this is the largest sector in the city. And they are identified as the Umber Viziers, a group that claims to be led by some sort of oracle, who patroned by no god, but is gifted with the power of foresight, and they are very good at smuggling magic items. As you recall, Abther used to come here, and this is the people he'd interact with until they started trying to recruit him. Then he dipped out and didn't come back.
Walking through, she'll explain that, but she'll leave out the Apther part.
Gotcha.
She just seems to have more information on these people than she honestly should.
Wait. They smuggle magic items?
Stealing magic creatures, things that are contraband, like if a city, for instance, Freywick bans certain types of magic, like necromancy, they would be the ones to smuggle scrolls of necromancy and such into cities and to independent buyers.
Oh no, I understand that.
Oh.
Zalkiri is expressing confusion at the fact that, like, but they have magic items. Why do they not and crush the ones who don't?
I love his worldview.
Surprisingly simplistic.
Really. So, you get through what is a relatively small sector since you all can't cross through the wall. You all are also made aware that this is where the palace and other large influence places are held. The entire innermost ring is in their domain, pretty much. Despite the weird line I have there for the pedal guard. And then you cross over the river. Large stone bridges. Once again, it looks like water you don't want to swim in. And last investigation check. "24. You identify the Gilded Hearts, a fencing family. Not the kind of swords, but the movement of illegal goods for money. With 24, you get the idea that they have a very close relationship with getting around the treaty between the over and under people.
Okay, so if we need any wrought iron, here's what we need to get.
Yeah.
Pretty much. If we need anything.
They're one of 3 families that have a portion of the second ring, albeit the smallest portion, the Petal Guard having the second largest, and Umber Viziers having the largest portion and the innermost. And if anybody wanted to listen to rumors and give me a perception check, they might hear words on hints to fill in the last organization, since you've only got one left.
At
You
you.
get most of the parts to it.
Boink.
They're called the Black Daggers.
Hey.
And as you might have guessed by the name, they specialize in assassinations. Although, very steep price for anyone remotely political or royal. If they don't outright refuse it and ice you on the spot.
Right. Can I listen for anything? Nah, it's vague. I have to like ask. Never mind.
So, are you all looking for an inn, or is there something you want to spend your day doing?
It's just some actually.
Find an inn, maybe first, at least.
Okay. What kind of quality of life are you looking for? Just enough to get by?
Not to draw attention to ourselves.
Okay. Mm,
Although I imagine we've already got the attention of quite a few people.
a little.
Oh, yeah.
You were, let's say, for a modest inn, then normally runs for a gold piece. They'll charge you a gold piece for it. No, there's no real markup on the one you find. Did you want to ask specifically to be kept low profile that you're renting it out?
Pretty sure asking to be kept low profile is how you very much not get kept low profile.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. So she's just not going to say anything. Just find an inn that doesn't look like it's going to have everyone's attention, and just not say anything.
Gotcha.
So I
So-
have no money.
Well, turn into a bear. You can sleep in the stables.
How much is it?
A gold piece per room.
All right. Zankirio will just pay it using the 110 gold we found earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
As always, so kind, Zenkiri.
Thank you.
And with that, 10 seconds.
Hopefully you all will sleep well tonight.
You creepy git.
Pronounce the gift.
Clap in half.
At the inn, Zankiri is going to settle down with anyone who's not going out and about, and he's going to cast a spell, which, as he explains it to whoever stays with him, will basically incapacitate him and prevent him from protecting himself while he's doing it. So he would like a bodyguard for that time period.
Oh, God,
I
will protect
Over
you.
you.
All right, we'll volunteer.
Okay, you have a lot of
3 people
volunteers.
step up.
What? Wait, who's wandering about? Nobody.
I'm not.
Okay, well, everyone's gonna watch over you, so I'm curious.
Everyone stays.
Baron, did you want to? You were mentioning earlier about listening to rumors. Did you want to be downstairs listening for something particular? Oh, let me check my messages. Ah, you messaged me the answer to this. Give me a perception check. Fire, can you hear me?
Who can you hear you?
We'll come back to him.
Pyro, he made his perception check.
That was for the
Hello?
something else.
That was for finding the assassins.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to him then. So Zankiri, what are you casting?
Arcane Eye.
You, I like to imagine you float just a little bit as you do it. Just describe, or I'll hand it off to you. Is there a particular odd way you cast this?
Yeah, actually, so as Uncurious begins casting this, he plucks a little bit of fur out of Varshi's neck for it. And you see him kind of rub it between his fingers and press it up to his eye. You'd imagine it'd be very, very itchy. But as he kind of wavers there for a second, you see him at the same time lean back. His fingers almost like reach into where his eye was. As for a brief moment, you see Zonkiri and his spiritual self separate slightly as the spiritual self rips their eye out and sends it floating off before the two of them combine back, and Zonkiri's there with just one of his eyes is just completely glazed over silver.
Amazing. And it's an invisible sensor, correct?
Yep.
Let's say somebody opens a window and you just... How long does it last?
An hour.
Oh, that's
Alright.
not creepy at all.
Where are you? What are you looking for and where?
Let's see. I need to do math for this. 10 times 6. Hold on, that could be right. One minute is 10 rounds. 600. Yeah, that's right. So 1,800 feet. So divide that by. What's the cube root of 1,800?
Look it up.
Cube root of 1800.
It's got 130 something.
Cube root of
Yeah, about
1800?
Yeah.
10.
Or, I mean 18,000.
Ah, that'd be why.
I was about to say. It's a little big.
26.207.
Okay. So Zonkiri is basically just going to be scouting out like these areas.
Oh, the inner ones. Gotcha.
Yeah, and he has 2 4th level spell slots thanks to Arcane Recovery.
Gotcha.
So he'll have 2 hours of it basically. Scouting around looking for any kind of were-rat communities.
Interesting. So
Also, just to get an idea as to what the inner
Okay.
circles look like.
you know as soon as you cross over that wall, there's a stark difference in the quality of life. Here it looks, in the layer you're in now, it looks like Modest is about as good as it gets. It looks like Modest is the poorest of poor in the next level up. You imagine when you get to the innermost ring, it is aristocratic, bar none. All sorts of folks in not necessarily dress clothes, but decent ones. They don't have holes and aren't dirty. Just going around, you spot Lamp Village, just a sort of religious community to the Wax Lady, not affiliated with Evangard, just kind of in the same way people would have like strikes you the same as like a level of authority as the neighborhood watch. It's not got any real power, but they all just kind of follow the same deity and keep going around the farthing. Court ward, you notice, is the prison sector. That is, and you see a high volume of penitentiaries. And you can't detect magic through this thing, but you have a very strong feeling based on the materials you're spotting. It's serious. Further on, you see a magic item market where there's a whole lot of protective magic on them, but you see at least some nondescript, very rare items. You see a Shade Archive community. No were-rat really strikes out at you in the inner rings. You get the idea that they might be bit more lower in status. Most of the innards are Drow, Shadar Kai, and Tiefling. Tiefling having in the innermost circle, mostly just living in the Hellhounds district. Everywhere else, 90% Drow, 10% Shadar Kai. Mostly female-headed houses from Second Wall Inn. You give me an investigation check for the eye. For the Drac location part. It's a fairly hard DC to spot him, but yeah, that's the DC. You actually spot him. In the right around here location. You catch him in the middle of what appears to be some sort of party.
Location
Say that again, Shane?
said right here.
Yeah. I'll draw a shape real quick just to. You see that there's like drugs, alcohol. You see that he has on either side of him a dryad, left and right. Got an arm around each, and like lines of some sort of red drug on the table in front of him. It is pretty much a rave. I mean, there is music bumping, although I don't think you can hear through the arcane eye, can you?
Nope, just visual.
So a completely mute rave is going on.
It's a silent disco.
Yeah. You do watch him for a little bit. How long do you spend watching him once you find him?
Probably just keep watching him until the spell runs out, see if he goes anywhere.
Okay. I'll say he does pass out at that party. You see he's crunking it up, dryad on each arm. So you do see somebody comes up to fuck with him, and like out of the shadows you see this like red leather clad individual walk up, brandish a stealthy knife, grab the other guy by the shoulder, and kindly, quote unquote, escort him away from Drac. Then give gives an absolute leering stare at the rat. You get the vibe of like a, God, I hate this guy, but he higher ups say I have to watch him. Throws the other guy out a window on the second story. And if you do glance up, they threw him into carnivorous vines and is immediately just wrapped up and consumed.
Okay.
You see eventually Drac does one very long line of this red drug, and then just eyes go full red and just passed out, frothing at the mouth. And the red leather guy comes, picks him up, takes him to a back room. You slip through the keyhole. Guy locks the door, puts him on his side. Red leather guy goes invisible.
After a while of Zonkiri just sitting there completely motionlessly, you just hear him suddenly exclaim, "Oh, I do believe I found our boy."
How big is a smile?
Oh.
Ear splitting.
Aha.
Very
What?
good.
Yes, quite fortunate.
Made a fucking investigation.
Yeah, good news is I know where he's passed out right now. Bad news is he's got a fairly proficient bodyguard, it would seem. Rather large individual in a red leather outfit. Seems to be capable of turning invisible rather easily.
Why do you say that?
Because I watched him turn invisible without much effort.
That would do it.
Connor, did you check your DMs?
Oh, did you see? Oh, yeah, you were away.
I also have
yeah.
another thing about you right now.
So give me a perception check to listen in downstairs for those rumors.
Okay.
Can he understand them?
good question.
I have tongues.
Do you cast tongues before you listen in?
I can, yeah. I'm also messaging you something else. No, I'm hearing this.
Will tongues decode thieves can't?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna look it up while you're messaging me.
Unless someone wants to pipe in.
Thieves' Cants is usually like a mix
It's a mix
speaking,
of language.
so
Yeah.
Thieves
mixed
can't. It's like
with
mostly a
language.
written language.
Well,
No,
it's more
vocal.
it's more of a
But in vocal, it sounds like nonsense
But in
phrases
the
like
line. And
I would say it's code, not
Yeah.
a language.
Yeah,
really.
it's code.
I'd rank it as code.
I normally think of it as you speak your languages and you have the thieves can't variant understanding once you have that proficiency.
Here's the thing, though. Yes, the actual literal thing of what is being said makes no sense if that's all you have to go off of, which is why thieves can't. It tends to be a good way to talk for thieves to talk to each other. If somebody can speak the language of the area,
Mhm.
that protects it from comprehend languages. Tongues, you just understand what they mean.
Oh,
it's good.
then I guess I
This-
do understand it.
You grants the ability the creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears. So yeah,
Oh, wow. So
tongues.
I essentially get hyper intent then.
Okay, so I'm gonna look specifically at the things you told me you're looking for.
All right.
Uh,
And the last one was just a question to you on my personal knowledge. I will now roll a perception check.
yes,
18.
18. Does anybody want to stack anything on it?
Guess not. Go ahead.
Okay. With an 18, you listen in. You hear murmurings of you hear murmurings of a rave. This guy was bummed that he didn't get invited to. Happening up in the Pedal Guard district in Thieves' Camp. Hi Lily, I love you, but not right now, sweetheart. You hear some stuff. Dampier cousin of mine, fucking just dipped out of town. Heard nothing from him. Scumbag still owes me 50 gold pieces. Thinking of hiring somebody out of the Shade Ruiners to go hunt him down. Nah, you don't want the other guys. You don't want the Shade Ruiners, man. You may not get them back. Nah, as long as I get my money. That's heartless. Whatever. Continuing listening. You eventually do hear somebody speaking in Thieves' Cant. You hear a mixture of Thieves' Cant, Undercommon, Elvish. You actually hear one conversation happening entirely in Abyssal.
Oh. Nice.
That was not as gravitas as it sounds. That conversation was straight up just like a. So how's the wife and kids? You did get the low-key idea that they were like possibly an affair sort of thing, but eventually listening into the last real Dampier rumor you hear somebody, a Dampier themselves, as identified by you see some glowing red eyes as they're whispering to a friend of them. They've got a hood on. With a good perception, you can clock out that they're worried. Some people in their community keep going missing. They don't know where to. And every time they ask somebody about it, they get told not to ask questions in a place like this. But this feels different. This doesn't feel like one person getting disappeared. This feels like a systemic thing.
Would it be too far off base to assume that vampires don't view their half-blooded kin very highly?
Give me a religion check and advantage for recognizing how Casturgians view half vampires.
Okay. Yeah. History? Okay.
Religion, but history will work too.
They're both literally the same. So.
Okay.
Beep.
10.
14.
Or 14, right, because I said advantage. So, you know that you never even knew a half vampire was a thing in Casturg, which is a big indicator to you at first. From that, you extrapolate that it might be a bit of a point of shame if somebody has a half vampire, and that's all you get with a 14. The guy, the one person the Dampier is talking to, puts a hand on their shoulder. By the way, did you remain Warforged when you go down here, or did you swap up your disguise again?
Keep the Warforged. No
Okay.
one would have any reason to recognize that guy.
And so you're just a Warforged sitting at a table?
Good point. What's that really lanky race?
Bugbear?
Yes, I'm gonna get Bugbear.
Okay.
Lanky?
Yes,
Lanky arms.
their whole thing is that they're lanky.
They have large torsos. Everything else is like.
I was about to say, I was like, bugbears are barrel chests.
The individual in a hood puts their hand on the Dampier's shoulder. Relax. I'm sure it's fine. Here, let me get you another drink.
It's gonna be poison.
Gonna be fucking holy nitrous.
They flag down a bartender who brings them a tankard. Like a little, ewer. I think that's the term. And pours some more in their cup.
I'm washing the cup in their hands.
You just pour the regular cup. Did you want me to... Do you have a room here, or did you want me to walk you home? I don't want to impose. I'll just walk along the walls or something. I don't know. All right. Be safe out there. But for the record, I think you're being a little paranoid. Are you actively watching them, or are you like side-eye watching them?
Side-eye.
Give me a what's your passive perception?
Hell.
It's a 17, right?
Yeah. I would have asked Zankiri for just some money because I'm going downstairs for a drink.
You get the corner of your eye. Corner of your eye. Oh, shut up for a second. Go ahead.
Zankiri just says Warforged don't drink.
But, he comes up to you as a bugbear.
He doesn't see that.
That's right.
He's arcane.
Oh, right. I'm keeping the Warforged thing under wraps. I'm going down there as a bugbear.
Yeah.
I'm listening to rumors. I don't want to connect to the party in case things get retarded.
Alright, very well. Here's your allowance.
Thanks, Zankiri.
Can't 12 gold.
Hell yeah.
So, speeding up back to the current moment, you get the faintest flash of some charm. You're right. I'm probably being paranoid. You wouldn't mind walking me home, would you? Of course not. Come. Picks them up, and they're kind of ashamed.
What's the race of the creature that charmed them?
They're wearing a hood as well, and they've got leather gloves. If you'd like to directly look at them and give me a perception check. Otherwise, I'm going to use disadvantage score, i.e. -5. You try and, with a 23, you play it off well enough. You see a heavily robed figure, and they have a pallid white mask. You do spot a symbol you grew up around.
Oh, goddamn.
You see a metal gauntlet on one of their hands as they're walking the Dampier out. This is not a voice you recognize, though. This does not seem to be the person you've met with silently.
Oh, right. They have multiple.
Do you follow out the door?
I believe there's some consternation over things. What was sending again?
Dampier was saying to somebody.
No, not saying. There was some. What's it called? Was sending out loud.
Oh, sending is mental.
Okay, just checking before I cast anything.
Message
All right,
is out
I'm
loud.
gonna follow these guys. I need to not go.
Booming voice.
Who do I send to that won't just get me killed?
Send it to Silver.
I'll do sending to Datrat, my most faithful sub. No, I'm sorry, Dom. I'm sending it to Silver, who is the most honorable person I've probably met.
What are you sending me?
This.
Ascending, saying the message. Go.
Yes, sending the message is getting my hands out. Kasturg, Inquisitor, kidnapping Dampier. Following. Please do not let me die. And then I'll spend what they've got a white mask, gauntlet, what leather hood. Yeah, and then I'm not spending the whole message, just that.
So you let the last 9 words go off. Silver, what is your response, if any?
Oh, I'll also tell him I look like a bugbear. Do not shoot me, please.
That's all of it, I think.
Yeah, good enough.
Actually, he doesn't even get the plays out.
Don't shoot it. That's what would have made it.
Don't shoot me.
Don't shoot me. Got the inflection on the please. Don't shoot me.
Sounds pitiful that way. So what is your response, Silver?
Fuck you, orc.
It would probably be like, God dang it. Do you really want me? You definitely have a bad habit of this. Don't make it a habit.
Hey, this time I'm letting you know.
Don't make what a habit.
Mental
You-
note.
Mental note, Grog.
This is. How are you in my
Oh,
head?
mental. This is.
Hmm.
this is sending.
I was
So you
just
finish-
saying this-
And you finish your sentence or two off to him, telling him, "Don't make a habit of this. This is not a thing you need to make a habit of." Sent. The party is none the wiser. Karen, we're gonna follow what you do now.
If I'm near the
I do follow them while he's telling them.
if I'm near the party, where are we?
Stealth check,
Where
please.
is the party right now?
You all are upstairs in the one of the rooms you rented. Karen is downstairs in the tavern area of the bar, or the inn, rather.
We're just sitting in our own rooms,
What?
or
You're
we
sitting
all-
there guarding Zonkiri unless you say you're doing something else.
okay.
Stealth check.
So we're all in
yeah,
the same
I'll-
room other than Karen.
I'll just bash my head against a door and go like, "We need to go save."
Fuck you.
Karen is at it again. He's gonna get himself killed.
Go stealth check, please, Karen. As you walk out the door. And...
What do you mean
So-
Karen is going to get himself killed?
Are you wearing heavy
Well,
armor under
He's
these?
doing
Yeah,
the same
I've got
thing
my
he
plate.
did in.
Okay. 12.
I am not doing the same thing above board.
All right, let's go after him.
He's a
Fuck all of you.
bugbear.
Fuck all of you.
He's a bugbear. Good to know.
The rat will slip out a
So
window.
don't shoot him.
So, what are the
With
everybody
what?
beats a 12
Katura just
passive?
storms out the door.
This
So-
hedonistic slander on my
So
name.
what's your movement speed, Katira?
I believe it's 45.
Yeah.
It
So,
is.
For 30 feet people, I was gonna have them like make a dexterity check to get there in time to spot him, but you're quick enough. Just you see him stepping out of the door and rounding the wall, the corner of it. You've got eyes on him.
Good.
Um,
I'm just gonna keep eyes on him.
You
Dad's gonna stealth out a window.
give me a stealth check.
window rat. Psh.
Keep about 15 feet behind Karen.
You all hear the noise of a window opening and shutting, and fuck, where's Dat? Dat.
No, Dad said he was gonna go after.
Oh, okay.
Faint outline is-
You are amongst. This is your favorite terrain. Underdark metropolitan city, and you are a living rat.
Yes.
Skitter and leap.
Literally skitter and leap along the rooftops.
Rat-
Given how
Also
your
easy
stealth
enough
is,
to spot Katira.
you spot the bugbear being approached by Katira very briskly. Karen, you are tailing the individual. They are moving
I
at
keep
a.
a sizable distance. I recognize I'm
Yeah.
not stealthy. I take a sizable distance.
Um,
Like 40.
Am I able to spot who he's trailing? From
I'll
above?
say yeah. From the map, I'm imagining in my head on the layout of buildings. Yeah, give me a perception check if you're trying to piece together, or insight rather, from Katira hunting him hunting them, and like the positioning of people. 11. You see two hooded figures, one of them escorting the other, who's kind of swaying and like leaning up against the wall, and on them.
Yeah, that looks like something Karen would go after.
So, Katira makes it to you, Karen. About
No, she keeps 15 feet
Oh.
behind him.
okay, but says nothing. Give me
Yeah.
stealth if you're trying to hide from him against his passive.
She's not trying to hide. She's just keeping not from Karen.
I'm saying if you want him to like not immediately be able to go, oh, somebody's behind me. Stealth. If not, Karen will notice you behind him.
She doesn't care if he notices her.
Karen, as you're walking, you side eye and turn, and Katira is standing 15 feet behind you, staring at you.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Yeah, I
Yep.
proceed. I set out to get what I wanted. People to watch me this time, doing not the same thing I did the first time.
Cool.
Thank
That's
you
all.
very much, you judgmental cunts.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Don't
your
get
bitch
us
fit
to
breaks your.
judge you off of that.
Your bitch fit breaks the stealth. Damn.
Damn!
But
No!
your rolls all stay the same. You all are if you are following now Katira and helping him. I do want to stealth,
Yep.
otherwise you will probably give him away by your position.
Captain, real quick.
Yes.
What
Even
can
if I
Dario
stay
roll to
behind
see
him.
if she recognizes the red uniform?
History.
Okay.
19. You understand them to be a shade ruiner outfit, and you realize it must be very, very bad to have somebody of an opposing family in enemy territory. Hence why they were sticking to the stealthing. You didn't notice any logos on them, just that it was like dark red stained leather armor with like a black cloth underneath. Enough to identify who they are without giving an explicit symbol. And for whatever reason, they're defending this one fucking rat. By the way, I can share the image of what Drac looks like. I'll put it in Excordia since. But is anybody adding any cards to Katira's stealth check, or are we sticking with a 10?
Anybody?
I have no dex cards.
I got nothing for Dex.
Let's see. I only have a strength check, so nope.
Nope. I got
Okay.
strength and con.
So 2's in the chat for Katira then, and a total of 10.
Who's in the chat? Who's in the chat? Yeah, she's definitely keeping at least 15 to 20 feet behind Karen.
She's standing up straight and tall so everybody can fucking see her.
A little bit. I will say, since you all
know
have a
what?
high enough.
If she's the target and not Karen, she's okay with that.
She's got the angry huffy walk going.
So.
She looks like
you all
a
have some.
pissed off Shade Arkai.
You have some.
She is.
Yeah, you have some high passive insights. You don't seem to have been made by the individual yet.
Cool.
Despite your very low rolls. Oh my god, theirs were awful.
Mine is Dat. Dad's up there, invisible.
Oh, Dad.
Of course.
Dad, I'm assuming you're leaping over building rooftops. Like
Yes.
I assumed it without having to ask, but
Assassin's Creed rat.
yeah, skitter leap, skitter leap.
Put in
is
everything.
it? Remind me your background. The name of your background. Is it?
Where'd I write it down?
Should be the top of your sheet.
Rat.
It's not at the top of my sheet. I knew I fucking took. Oh my god, I hate when
He's
I
an
do
ass
this.
rat and
I just wanted to see if you were the an
Find it
urchin.
later.
Okay.
Yatta runners!
You will follow for a while. They start navigating further south and to the west until they come across the river. You will follow that far away. Like it's more of a like a.
The fuck was that?
Let us sneeze.
bless you.
I didn't even hear it.
Whoever that was, bless you.
This is about the path they trace out. That would be for you all traveling 30 feet, because slowest person. Well, that would be 600 would be. I'm having a stroke. Maybe 20 rounds, right? 20, 21 rounds. So a couple minutes of following them. Do you all follow?
Karen is.
Yep.
Dad's still on the rooftop, so Dad can move a lot quicker.
I'm I'm specifically waiting for one if they go down any alleyways to give me.
You
like,
will see them coming across a gate to the next level up.
to go up here.
Yes.
We don't have access to go here, do we? No.
You all have not tried, but you know it is a higher echelon of society than what is allowed in the lower. And you see they walk up, still remaining hidden. Hand something over to the guards. They look over it, flip, hand it back.
Yeah, I have a
Gates
chance of
open.
anything.
Can
Okay.
I get over the wall?
If you would like to make me an acrobatics check, I'll keep your stealth unless you fuck it up royally. Then you're going to reveal yourself as somebody trying to vault the wall. Now this is a 2-layer wall like before, so there is a path that guards are patrolling up top too. It's not impossible for you to scale it, but you have a fucking killer stealth at the moment. So if you do good enough on your acrobatics, you won't do anything to notify anyone.
Okay. What are Karen and?
They are currently on ground level, pausing, as I don't think they're charging towards the gate.
I was gonna do something before
Oh.
I got to the gate, but that already happened.
Go ahead. But what would you like to have done then?
The guy still seems charmed, correct?
You get the feeling that the charm has been maintained, yes.
Okay. Well, I was going to try and be somewhat silly with this. Let me check the range. We talked about that if a vampire recently fed, I could still use the my channel divinity on them, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are they within 60 feet? And is there any way for me to tell that, or does it only happen if I like just use it and find out?
You would have to use it and gamble it, but they are within 60 feet of you.
Okay then. Damn. Do I want to use a con save or a wisdom save on these on this fucker?
Yeah,
Do I know if,
probably a vampire, right?
I would
yeah,
go probably on con where
it is 100%. I know for a fact it's a vampire.
I would lean on con, seeing as he seems to be somewhat of a spellcaster of some kind, maybe.
Okay, because I can either use Crown of Madness or my Channel Divinity.
And what's your channel divinity do again?
I can pretty much whiplash them and make them run towards something and attack him. So I can whip him away and have him attack somebody.
It would break stealth and reveal you and probably Katira. Unless she wanted to try and let you just bite it. Although she got a lower stealth than you, so.
Yeah, I did.
I wonder. Can I? How high is the rooftop?
The rooftops, I'll say about 15 feet at the highest. There's a lot of stumpy buildings. There's a couple that have like almost look like pueblos, like stacked on top of each other.
I want to get what are the benefits of this? Because this seems to be just some random schmuck. If anything, I want the vampire for questioning, but that doesn't seem like it's gonna be happening. What I can extrapolate is they are definitely here, and they are down here doing something to their lesser cousins.
Or this guy's just hungry.
These are that is a above board. That is a Casturgian Inquisitor. They are like the hyper fucking. They send like a small number to a planet to deal with problems. So, I think they have a little more of an agenda than slurping on a inbred cousin, because then they view them in that same regard. So they're doing something with these guys.
So are they at the guards already?
You are getting them. This opportunity is happening before they get to the guards because Karen wanted to do it before they were inside.
Are they within sight of the guards?
At the time when this is happening, probably not.
Yeah.
So we're rewinding briefly. I'm gonna say about here. You find an unpopulated enough street that they back down that you have an opportunity should you use it.
All right. I am going to start this off with excuse me, heartburn. use my channel divinity to send the Inquisitor sprawling into a nearby object.
That is a wisdom save, correct?
No, for the I think it's con. Let me just pull it up real quick, just to confirm. Not Crimson One. That's the other one.
I've got the modifier in mind, but on the recording, you'll see me just roll a d20 because I don't want to give away stats on it.
Yeah, con save.
We're over here at the red dot, right?
Yes, that's where the thing's happening.
DC 16 con save, assuming they have recently.
Oh! As an action, you target a creature large, up to half its movement speed or any direction. Okay. So it hits and it uses a legendary resistance to succeed.
Oh,
You notice as its like shoulder starts twitching, it just like almost like force pops it back into place and shivers it off, and is gonna look around. Give me.
See Karen, Karen's like spine like crack up.
I'm rolling another perception check.
Did that spot that happen?
is there anything that Katira could pretend to be doing? Like, are there little stalls or anything?
Sure, we'll do this one at a time. So what is happening is Karen tried to channel divinity. They failed initially by rolling a natural 4 and then legendary resistance. Then feeling, uh-oh, I just got hit by something. They whipped around and looked at what we were looking for. What did it? Dat, you are up and away from them, so you would not be compromised by this most likely, but you do have eyes on everything. This is a, let's see, Rosedale Ward. There seems to be a largely residential area you all are in. You could pretend to just kind of like, you could pretend to like piss on a wall or just kind of like stagger around, but it doesn't look like there's, yes, I very much want her as a woman to pretend to piss on a wall.
You know what?
If it's a bad deception check, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, if it's bad.
So you just kind of have to like look like you're an NPC in the background of a film.
Yep. Look like an extra.
That's called an extra, man.
Yeah. The term
They're
eluded
not
me.
NPCs in a movie.
Yeah, they basically are. If you all would like to try and play off the fact that you're here and not following them, I'll allow you to make a deception check each.
I mean, this is a game,
Honor,
so it would.
Yes, Karen.
Before I do what I do, I need to ask. Given that has just happened, would I be somewhat aware of what is in fact in front of me?
You would be aware that the thing used a legendary resistance to overpower your magic, yes, and that it is in a high weight class.
That is a certain echelon of vampire. All right. What comes next is a disadvantage.
Kill Bill sirens just going off.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, hold on.
I forgot to loop the music. Whoops.
Would Datrad be able to see that the shoveled off a channel divinity?
Yes, you have a bird's eye. You have a perched view on this enough to where you are not revealed if you don't take any actions.
Okay, I know what Datrad's gonna do.
Okay, give me a second as I loop the music.
Yes.
Yeah, Katira, you see me do that, and I'm covered in fur, so I don't know if go pale or something, but you definitely see Karen's
The hackles go up.
Yeah.
It turns and it clearly makes you all, and you see these piercing red eyes glare at you.
Now, when you say you all,
not you.
Okay, so I
you
want
are
to do this.
dead.
Now hold on. Before
Okay.
anything happens, I want to do this. So, new dagger, shiny new dagger.
Oh.
Venom.
Okay, well, so you had it envenomed already.
And I'm gonna throw it at him.
So how far are the rest of us?
Give me a thrown attack for it.
How far away are we?
This is about a minute-ish, so I'm gonna say. Ooh,
You guys are fucked.
Oh,
it's
hold
14 rounds away.
on. Okay, so if we're saying it was envenomed already, I'm going to mark him.
Bonus action. Your stealth is
And
now
amp.
revealed.
Yeah, and I'm gonna amp it. I'll take a D8.
It's now that you all see that slither up from a rooftop, point, blood marked, dagger drawn.
And I'm gonna throw a dagger at it.
Give me a second while I change the music, as you all have decided to make a decision.
Yep.
Oh. I believe Blade in the Dark would go into effect here.
One moment.
Yeah, I believe Blade in the Dark would go into effect here, wouldn't you say, Connor?
Like I said, give me a moment while I'm calibrating things. Blade in the Dark is, you get a... Yeah, because you were actively hiding and then sprung up and struck it. This will go off... Go ahead and roll initiative, everyone. I'm gonna use your party token for the vampire. Oh, God.
We're fighting vampire. Fat. We're not gonna. Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's go.
Jesus.
Who says the party token selected?
Me. I'm using it as the vampire.
Ah,
The drunken, charmed individual is just kind of, like, shoved off into a wall and is, like, slumped over.
Make that the ferret.
yeah.
Let me find the
Hold
heck.
on. I think I have.
Heck.
Pretty sure I have. Where? Pretty sure I have.
I think
Who's
I
in the chat?
think I cleared it off for the current party token image. Rip. So let me actually roll what there's. Okay, so base 14. Huh. And then so the total should be. Okay. So it's just you three. So it wins initiative. And so it's surprised, has its reactions back now. Karen. If you'd like, you can impose them frightened on yourself, but a honest-to-God Casturg Arbiter is glaring you down in a dark alleyway.
Hold on. Karen and Katira would be surprised along with him, because that is
Fair.
unseen from all.
Fair. Because he also beat their passives by flying colors. So, Karen surprised. That this is where you get to do all your things.
Okay.
So now you've marked, drawn your Envenom Blade.
Yes. So at advantage, because I amplified my mark.
Mm-hmm. And yes, the Blade in the Dark would apply.
So I'm going to auto crit,
Oh. Okay.
and I'm going to put him up on the roof. And I'm going to need a con save from him.
Oh. For the poison? Okay, I'm gonna roll this public and tell you what. Or I'm gonna roll this. What's the DC?
14.
14? Okay. I'm gonna roll 1d20. Holy fuck!
Paralyzed.
Never forget
Legendary resistance. There's 2.
ice giant spaghetti.
Post Shasuva Venom again. Is it save or suck? Or half?
I'm pretty sure it's Saber Suck. Hold on. Yes, Saber Sucked.
Okay. You still get your double damage. So, that additional damage doesn't have any modifiers, so that's 24. Roll me another d8. Or d4, rather.
4?
For the dagger damage being doubled.
Oh, right. I thought dagger was D6.
Do you have a
Whatever.
sheet for the guy?
I do. Or I have the stat block pulled up on my phone, but I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to give away the goods.
I don't know if we like jumped it, or if I jumped it real break. If you need to take a break and do anything.
Oh no, I've got it. I've got something pulled up.
Okay.
Okay.
It's strong.
So 10 plus 24, 34 damage, and then Shasuva's Saber Suck, so no venom damage added on, and then blink displacement. You see the shiny new dagger he has impacts a flash of blue light as the face spider venom or the face spider fang blade impacts. You see Dat and the vampire swap places. Is there anything else, Dat?
Does Dat get his dagger back?
Yes. When it hits him, when they swap places and blinks, the dagger's in his hand.
Badass. That's an awesome dagger.
Yeah, so we just slide that back in his sheath. and try and make the charm guy duck down and try and re-stealth. I don't think
Do you have a bonus action hide? Or you used your bonus action
I did use my bonus action.
and action,
Okay.
so...
He's gonna try and just lead him away discreetly
Okay.
then.
At half speed, you move him...
Back towards Cairn and Katira.
You get 25 or 30 feet of movement.
I have a
35.
bonus action card for you if you want it.
Ooh. I don't think I have bonus action hide, though.
Hmm.
I'm a rogue.
You just use the card.
Well, it still would be good for his turn if he wanted it, but... I think...
I don't believe I have bonus action hide.
I don't think you do either. So,
I
you
do
move
not.
the guy 15 feet closer to them. Karen, how far back were you following the caster guy? 30 feet?
I think I said it earlier. It was about 40 feet. 60 feet
Okay.
between
So
them.
you're 15 feet closer to Karen. I'm gonna go with 40
Wouldn't
feet.
it be... Okay. So you have 35 feet of
Mm.
movement.
Unfortunately, yes, Sunkiri.
All three of them.
Yeah, all three of them went to fucking legendary resistances.
Look.
I gotta get rid of that now. So I don't think I
Okay.
still have it. But yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, so 2 of its legendary resistances are gone. Katira's surprised. Creature's turn. It looks up on it finds itself on the roof, staggers for a second, looks down and spots you all. This won't do. It kind of...
French too.
It's going to run down the side of the wall, spider climbing. So 15 feet.
Ooh.
And... Katira,
Yep.
I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that's within 30 feet of it. You're back.
Yeah, she's 15 feet behind me.
She's behind Cairn, so...
So,
Yeah.
15 feet down, 15 feet forward. So it can only hit you, because I think she would be 5 feet just out of range. So I need one from Karen instead.
Never mind.
Wisdom save?
Mhm.
Wisdom cards are here. This is where irony happens. Achoo! 25.
It glares at you and attempts to charm you. It fails. And is then going to... I think that's it for its turn. And then it's your turn, Karen. It is, I think, 25 feet away from you. Or 20 feet.
God damn it, I meant to do that too. Fuck, damn it.
Alright.
Oh, that was in range. Oh well, fuck it. I should have done him, but
That also forgot to do something too, so...
a soul for a soul.
That was meant to do that at the same time.
I mean,
Link needs this more.
nah, never mind. We both forgot. We're moving on. Your turn, Karen.
Who's closer to the vampire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dat has the charmed guy, like, with arm over him, moving at half speed, bringing him closer to you all. He is 35 feet away from you. No,
Okay.
that's 25 feet, because he was 40 feet away, then moved 15 closer. 25 feet from you. And as such is only like 10 feet from the vampire.
Who has received my blessing the least? You know
I
what?
don't think I've ever gotten it.
You're right. I think I have used it on Katira once. Alright, Dat Rat. I forcibly make your blood move faster.
Oh no, it's an upper like you've never experienced before.
Oh yeah.
Second
Have
gear.
Fuck.
You hear a clunk in your heart.
I wasn't even hearing that, but now that you said it, I can't get it out of my mind. God damn you, I can never use this spell again. I used haste on the rat.
That you become
Rat
hasty.
haste.
And
Damn.
do you do anything else on your turn, Karen? Move away, etc.
I
I'm gonna
move
fight this
back.
fucking vampire.
I move back.
Full 30 feet?
Full 30 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and okay, Kieran's keeping an eye on him and glaring, but he's just like, fuck.
Should be 70 feet between... No, you were within 30 there. You were 20 feet, so now you're 50 feet away from the vampire.
60.
Do you have a 40 movement speed?
No, it's 30 plus 30, 60, Connor.
Oh, you dashed.
No, 30 feet. Plus
Okay,
30
none of you are right. He's 55 feet away. He was 25 feet away from him to start with. He just moved 30 feet. He's 55 feet away.
This shit is why theater of the mind's
Well, to be
retarded.
fair, I wasn't planning on a combat against this guy in the streets.
Hee hee.
Why? Pyro's here.
Oh,
Yeehaw.
touche.
Exactly. You introduced a vampire and didn't think the vampire dude would go after it.
I didn't know he'd spot him out this quick.
I have the highest base thing for fucking perception. Why wouldn't I find him?
Regular perception.
That's my
Active
So,
perception.
at the end of Karen's turn,
Shut the fuck up, you fucking passive elitist.
No.
at the end of Karen's turn,
Yeah.
it's going to move. Should have. It will get into melee range with Katira without provoking opportunity attacks. Moves. Is now right in front of you, Katira. It does.
Yep.
It does that kind of. I think it happened a lot in Castlevania. It has that after image red blur as it moves up to you.
Season 1 animation or season 3?
Oh, you're approaching me.
Late season.
Ugh!
Is that better or worse?
I think it was a little weird, but don't mind me describing.
So then it starts Dat's turn. It is now. Oh God.
How far away is it from me?
Dat can reach it. He's hasted.
That can reach it.
You're hasted, buddy. You're
Oh yeah, you can reach haste it, so you can.
+2 AC Dex
Okay.
saving throws.
You couldn't
I'm
have
going to
given that
reset-
to me?
Alright, so the vampire has gone on the offensive, so Dat Rat is also going on the offensive.
Everyone's always
Okay.
Solo this fucker just like you did those giants!
That's also
Honestly.
why. That's also why.
Y'all are just sending him all the fucking juice you can, aren't you?
His track record it speaks for itself. I'm sorry.
It's fair. It's fair.
Also, just out of curiosity, you remember to have the vampire regenerate, right?
Oh yeah, its turn did start. Noted. You would notice then that the blade wound you stabbed in is notably starting to seal itself.
Okay.
Great. Time to leave.
Good for it. I'm gonna stab it a couple times.
Okay.
Okay. So first stab is because my blood mark doesn't go away just because I hit it.
Specifically, they
No,
normally
until
say
the
they
end of
last.
your turn. Until the
Yes.
end of your turn. Yep. Never
So that one ended. But when you hit it this time, I'll give you the free reminder that you wanted to castigate it.
Yes. Stab. 28.
28 hits. Castigation, I'm assuming.
Brand.
What does your brand look like, by the way? Is there a pattern, or is it just... What does it look
It
like?
looks like it looks like a rat head.
An arcane rat head is branded on its back.
On rat
No,
approved!
I take it back. It's a piece of cheese.
Damn.
Like Swiss cheese.
Slice.
Cheese,
Like the
JPEG.
cheese touch? I'm just imagining. Okay.
Do not.
So... 17 lightning damage.
Stab again.
Okay.
For the other hand. 25. Oof, a 1.
If only you had another attack now.
25 will hit.
I do have another attack now, actually.
You do!
Oh shit, I did that the wrong way.
And... What the
Ooh,
fuck?
you're a great horned rat, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And stab again. Back. 19.
It's Beyblade.
19 will hit.
Roll like my fucking bonus damage is rolling like shit. Jesus.
So you do all that damage. Is that it?
All that damage. What does that come up to?
A lot.
What? Are you not actually adding it up?
No, I am. I'm just. I don't have the. I did it incrementally, not all at once. So I don't have the total in my head.
Right now, he's about 61 down from max.
Does that
Because-
include what I did from my?
Yep.
Okay. And whatever he healed from that. Okay. Can I do anything else? He's branded. So he'll take a D8 whenever he hits something. think that's all I can do.
Okay.
I'm gonna end my turn. Yeah.
End of your turn. Legendary action. I'm going to make an unarmed strike against you. Does a 17 hit?
No,
Not now. No.
it didn't hit before, anyways.
Fucking Jesus on these rolls. Can I get above a 10? Okay. You see, you
No.
slice it, it swipes back at you to try and grab a hold of you. Misses. Katira.
Okay.
How
It's
how
my
hurt is he
face.
looking?
We're
by the way?
attacking it.
He
So
looks hurt.
all right, let's go.
You do
Wacky
see
whack.
there's blood splatter everywhere. It's
Yeah.
leaking a lot less like a vascular system and more like a bag that you punctured a hole in. But
Ugh.
Great. Love that. That's not at all disgusting. Whack.
a 15 misses.
Yeah, I figured.
You swing,
Uh,
it catches the impact on its bracer and just full stops it.
Extra attack. Whack. Oh,
Blocks it with the
Jesus
same arm.
Christ. Okay.
You're fighting an enemy who's moving with a speed comparable to yours, at least in combat.
Oh, show regard.
No.
Key point for flurry of blows.
17 will
better.
hit.
Thank fucking God.
The-
11
that-
won't.
Oh,
Are you?
But,
Are you?
just so you're aware.
Mhm.
Uh,
I was about to ask you. Are these overcoming resistance?
they're magical. They are magical. That's gonna be my turn. I have one strike to hit.
Bolt would be nice, Karen.
At the end of your turn,
Oh wait, can I? I'm gonna spend another key point to use stunning strike on it.
okay, that's a con save, right?
It is a Constitution saving throw.
DC.
The DC is 14.
It saves.
Yeah. I tried.
Again, you try and vibrate it, and it's realizing you are after it, and just flexes, and the vibrations you send in get absorbed. Piercing red eyes with murder intent. End of your turn. Last legendary action. It's going to
No.
attempt to hit you again, Dat. Roll.
Yep.
Son of a
Oh.
bitch! Swipes at you, misses. Then its turn starts. Legendary reactions come back. It's going to use multi-attack. It's going to try and make another unarmed strike against you. Oh,
No.
oh my god. One more. There.
Yeah, that one hits.
It's
That-
going to
that one-
grapple you
Yeah.
instead of doing damage.
Okay.
It grabs you by the neck, not doing anything other than thematics. And it has you grappled, does no damage.
I'm just imagining Sprat getting choked out with little bug eyes.
No damage, but you feel like razor sharp nails sinking into just the outer layer of your skin, and
Uh-huh.
its head turns and looks at you from all the fucking damage you did. Regeneration. Karen, your turn.
Guiding bolt would be nice.
I do in fact see that the fucker has. Yeah.
It's got him with the gauntlet arm for thematics.
Yeah, I stare at it for a second. All right. I can do something that can really get their attention, but that means the shit is on, and I gotta go bear again. Something. It's I don't want that rat to die again, so I kind of have to. All right. So Connor,
You can still break out of the grapple.
I'm inclined.
Before the legendary action, you can't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I'm inclined to kick this up a notch proper. Hey, you slimy shit!
Side eyes.
Suck on this, you motherfucker! Anyway, and I'm gonna use the shard.
Okay.
3 charges.
You cast.
Guiding bolt.
And counts as natural sunlight.
Yep.
Roll it.
So even if this doesn't hit, they're gonna feel it fly past them.
Yeah. Although it does have to hit to actually disrupt the regeneration.
Yeah, but the
They will feel. Oh, that was
What
sunlight.
did you do? That was a shit roll. But it hits him.
You see, impacting the same stab wound from earlier, a blast of radiant energy and just the worst sunburn you've ever seen.
Oh right, the glow surrounds them, Connor. Oh god.
That does not do damage per turn, but
I know it doesn't do damage, but it must feel uncomfortable.
oh, extremely. It's glaring at you now, and more specifically, the shard you drew to cast this.
Come on, cut.
Okay, so
Instead
8
of
damage,
two
right?
feet. 8 damage unless I did anything else.
Legendary action.
Alright.
I'm assuming that was all you had.
Whatever you think. I'm gonna need that one later. Really wish I had the sensor attuned. Fuck. Yeah, I think that's me.
Okay.
Oh, no, actually, potion of climbing, I guess? Fuck.
You down a Do you actually down a potion of climbing?
We may confirm if it does what I think it is. It's not spider climb, is it?
Should be, I think.
What else would it be?
I don't know. These tokens are weird.
Are you done?
Yeah, no, it just gives me advantage on climbing.
Gotcha. So
I'll drink it. I'll drink it anyway in case this gets real dumb.
End of your turn. It's going to use 2 legendary actions to try and bite that rat. It's an 18 hit.
No.
If I could roll above a goddamn 10, it opens its mouth to bite you, and you like one hand's grabbing the jaw and opening it up and holding it open.
Do they have advantage?
Not just because they're grappling him, no.
No.
Okay.
Grapple doesn't give advantage.
Okay.
Then
Just
your
strength.
turn starts.
Acrobatics to get out.
Okay, make me using your action to break the grapple.
Wouldn't that be a strength check because he's already grabbed?
It's strength or acrobatics, his choice, and with a 10, it does not succeed.
I don't think that's okay.
I'm pretty sure
I have
the
advantage on any dexterity.
I think it's only like that. Yeah, you do. Or no,
So,
is it-
Philodium's help me.
Haste gives me advantage on dexterity.
Breaking a grapple, does it have to be strength or can it be acrobatics? I thought it could be either.
It can be strength or it can be athletics or acrobatics.
That's what I
I think
thought.
that's just on the baseline, and then that's how we did it with Roy. So I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it can be either.
Either one.
Okay.
You can only make a grapple with athletics, but you can escape it with.
So you have advantage from haste, so you have a 25,
No,
right?
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't.
So what are you reading then?
Haste is
Haste.
dex saves.
Dex
not
save.
I was
Okay, that's
looking
what I
for
missed.
Post-it. Alright,
Then
there you go.
you spend your action. You try and
Oh, I
break
have
free.
another action, so
You spend a card to get another action?
no, I have
haste.
haste.
Oh, right.
Or no, wait, yeah, I think that
Haste has
all the,
specific conditions on what you can use for it.
Yeah.
disengage, hide,
One
or-
weapon attack only, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object.
So you've used your non-haste action. You still have your haste action should you choose to use it.
Fine, I can still stab him then.
You can. Make an attack.
Now I got a question for you. If I crit him with my slippery spot dagger, what happens?
You've already used it for the day, which you would just basically.
Now that you did not put in there.
I'm pretty sure it was the text right after it.
Nope.
Was it actually? I'm gonna go check.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever. If you're saying one stay. Whatever. I'm just gonna stab him then. Stab.
And getting it would just cause you to rotate, basically. A 13.
I'm gonna go with no. That probably doesn't
No,
hit.
it does not.
And bonus action stab.
Technically, you can, I think, right? Because he used one of his actions to make an attack, so he could offhand.
Yes.
Right? I'm gonna go with yes. So 17 damage.
So I believe, if I'm not misreading this, I can still make one more attack because I took an attack action.
No.
That was my
Haste specifically says only one.
Yes, it does.
So you made one with haste, one for bonus action, and now you tapped.
All right.
End of your turn. Legendary action. You can drag a creature at half movement speed when you have him grappled, right?
Actually, hey Connor, that first one hit. If 19 hits, because guiding bolt.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
So it does hit. And then it dissipates. You can move while you've got a creature grapple, but it's at half speed.
Yes. Unless you're a size larger than it.
Right.
2 sizes.
Oh, 2 size?
The alternative is... It's within range. Okay. It's going to make an unarmed attack at UDAT. This one to do damage. 19. No. What is your AC at the moment?
At the moment, 21.
Haste be like.
You just kind of worm hard enough to where it has a hard time hitting you.
Headbutt.
Now your turn starts, Katira.
Okay. Whack. No. Unfortunate.
Nope.
Whack.
Nope.
Jesus.
Anime block.
Tonight, guys.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too.
Refresh?
No, stay in it.
Refreshed it like 4 times.
Terry Crews, block.
Yeah, point for flurry of blows.
Miss.
God almighty.
Yeah, you hit. You absolutely unfurl as many attacks as you can, and you land 1. Is that it?
That's my turn. Yeah.
End of your turn. No more legendary actions, so their turn starts. They don't regenerate because Sunlight Blast. It still has Dat grappled. It's going to use multi-attack. What did you say, Kieran?
Use them as ammunition. Throw them at me.
Oh, throw me!
Keep in mind, he knows Karen can blast him with sunlight.
Yeah. I'm looking at some things.
Stuff.
Okay. Alright. What's it at currently? It's going to use its action to disengage. And is going to spider climb up the wall onto the roof. Releasing Dat.
Okay.
It is now on the roof. And it's going to move 15 more feet to give himself half cover with the angles you're at. Yeah.
That's a lot.
And you see he moves 15 feet up the wall, then he's over the ledge, then he has 15 feet to go and kind of move and angle himself with some cover to the street level. You see there's some spooking being done by the sunlight crystal. And then his turn will end. Right, there's action to disengage. I don't think he has any bonus actions. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. That's it.
Alright. They have half cover against me?
They have half cover currently, yes.
How much AC is that?
I think it's 3, right?
2.
2.
Half is 2, 3/4 is 5.
Thank you.
Okay.
I love the Living Rules Compendium. That saves me a quick Google.
Now, unless I'm a fucking vampire, how many turns is it with my base movement to get on to crawl that fucking building?
It's double movement speed to crawl or climb normally. So it would be 1 turn if you were up against a wall, which we'll say sure you are. To climb.
It'll take you 2 turns to get to him.
pretty much.
That's too far.
That's assuming you dash.
He also had that potion of climbing that he downed.
True.
That just gives me advantage on the athletics check.
Yep.
Shit. Okay. Spells. I know what I'm doing. All right. Their exact distance is greater than 60.
Yes. No, you should be at 50. Yes, theirs would be greater than 60 now because they moved up and away from you all.
Yeah. All remembers the Fergus story, so that one's out of the way. All right. That means we're going to try. That's concentration. Fuck it. All right, guiding bolt. This one's gonna be regular at 2nd level.
Just yours.
Yeah, just mine at 2nd level.
Twen- 26. Hot damn. That is 13 damage. Boom.
Radiante damage.
Alright, what else?
And that's. I'm gonna make my way a bit closer. Just 30 feet up, and that'll be it.
Okay, so you move 30 feet closer. Alright, you're about 40 feet from it then. At the end of your turn.
Alright.
End of your turn, legendary action. Move without provoking opportunity attack. Moves 30 feet across rooftops. Away
How did he
from
get
you
up
all.
there?
He climbed up the wall with spider climb. I said that when he let go of that, he disengaged, walked up the wall 15 feet, 15
Oh, that's
feet
right.
forward.
That was his turn.
Yeah. Then Dat's turn starts with it about 45 feet away and on rooftops that you all can't. From now, it is complete cover.
Okay. I imagine I could probably scale these
If you give me an acrobatics or athletics check.
because I also have double my movement right now.
And there's rungs and such that let you do acrobatics that you can kind of flip and twist on them.
All right. Let's go up.
Okay, 19. Using double your movement. So 20 feet of movement's used up, and you are on the roof.
So I still have 45 feet.
There's a rule for quarter cover, isn't there? Or is it just half cover?
3/4.
But not 1/4?
There's half. Nope. There's half and 3/4.
Okay, then it would... If such a thing did exist, it would have it, but it does not, so it is... got nothing else.
Okay, so he's 30 feet away from me, yeah?
45.
Good, I have 45 feet of movement.
I will need an acrobatics check as you're leaping from building top to building top. And it's not like before where you can just kind of take your time. You're hustling after him.
And where was his acrobatics
Spider
check?
climb.
Where?
If he plants on a wall, he just keeps running.
Yet you said there were like gaps and shit. That's not how running works.
They scaled it.
What?
They scaled with their... Just roll the acrobatics check if you want to leap over to them.
Okay, sure. Going after him then.
28. You're in melee.
Stab. Stab, rat, stab. And so, first attack.
16 misses. Wait, no, 16 just hits.
Perfect. So, and then extra attack.
Miss.
Bonus action attack. Over to the other weapon.
That hits. Is
And
that it?
then haste action attack. 12.
12 just
Yeah.
misses. Or not just misses, but misses. Is that it?
Yes.
Looking very rough. End of your turn, legendary action, moves 30 feet away, building top to building top. Katira, he would now be 75 feet from you.
Doesn't that provoke an opportunity attack?
Specifically does not
No.
provoke it.
With that,
Okay.
no, it doesn't. Okay.
Would you like to climb on the
Let's
roof?
go. Yeah, I wanna climb up.
So 15 feet up, double speed. Acrobatics.
Wow.
Yep.
I switched to Google Chrome and now I can roll better.
It's a sign.
I hate it.
You hop up to the top, double using 30 feet of movement to get on top. They are 75 feet straight forward on buildings.
Okay. That's so I used said 30 feet, wasn't it 20 feet for dat?
It should have been 15 feet up, costing double movement to climb.
It was 40. It was 45 feet for me.
That's what it was. Okay, so 30 feet. So I have 15 feet left.
The vampire is 75 feet from you.
I know. So
Okay.
I have 15 feet with another movement.
Okay. That leaves you at 60.
Okay. Key point for Step of the Wind to dash as a bonus action.
Okay.
So that's another 45 feet. So it's 20 or 15 feet away.
How many feet have you moved then? Towards it on top of the roof?
So 30 feet to get up, and then 15 feet for the rest of my movement.
Okay.
Another 45 feet to dash.
It is within 30 feet of you then. Acrobatics as you leap rooftop to rooftop.
My jump with Step of the Wind, my jump is double. So
Okay, I'll give you advantage on it then. But there are some like straw roofs that you don't want to land wrong on. Yeah, you good.
that get me any closer to it? Because it should be.
Say
If
not.
you said it was 60 feet away from me on the roof.
75 feet away from you on the roof.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yes. So then 75 feet when I get on the roof. So
Mhm.
then it's another 50 feet of my original 45 feet of movement. To
Yeah,
get to
after you
60
use your
feet away.
second dash, there's 30 feet between you and it.
No, that's not, Connor. That's wrong. You said it was 75 feet away when I got to the roof. I have a
Yes.
45 movement speed baseline, 30 feet to get up, 15 feet to get from the original 75
Oh, so it's 15 feet from you then.
away. So then I use another 45. I'm bad at math, but I know this.
So you're 15 feet away from it then.
Feet away from it. I can get to it if I use my action to dash.
Correct.
Wait, let me check. No, I have free action. Okay. I was
That's-
gonna give you an extra action card, but I don't have it.
Oh. Hold on.
Wait, I have an extra bonus action if you want to use that for another Step of the Wind.
An extra
and then you
bonus.
can-
I have an extra bonus action. Yes, I'm going to use an extra bonus action to Step of the Wind again
Okay.
so that I can get to him.
Okay.
And whack him.
Make your attack.
Jesus. The
Hey.
dichotomy of man in a single roll.
Mm.
Under hell, baby. Let's ride.
It's magic. Thank you, Crowbeak.
Poor thing. Beat shit out of.
Oh, 25 to hit.
Yeah, 25 fucking hits. It's magic because my staff's plus
So,
1.
being hit by radiant damage on its turn doesn't stop its misty escape, correct?
Correct.
You punch this thing and turns into dark mist.
I put it to 0.
It had 1 HP.
I want HP, baby.
I kill.
Yeah, but-
And
Stolen
at the
again.
end, for the
You didn't
last
kill it with
full drags
some-
of my action, I'm gonna turn around in place and yell, It turned into mist. Get up here.
Its turn is
Instead
next.
of preventing that it isn't sunlight destroyed.
Doesn't it have to die to sunlight?
To be destroyed?
Yep.
To be
Yeah.
destroyed? Yes.
Or running water, yeah.
Its turn
But
starts.
also,
I'm looking
I
up at
can
where it is.
follow
so
it to where it goes.
Yeah, because it only moves at
So-
10 feet per round now.
No, Connor.
Mhm.
As a mist thing, it has a fly speed at 20 feet.
Oh, 20 feet.
Oh,
Yep,
20
so-
feet.
It can legendary action fly 20 feet, and then it's out of their range, dash, and then it's 60 feet away from them now, flying away.
Yeah,
Can it dash?
it's not incapacitated.
it's still within my range.
It's 60 feet from Katira, then, is what it would
Yeah,
be.
for Katira. So what's the range for me?
135.
Alright, that's doable.
I think he rolled
And
20.
it's 100 feet, isn't it?
Can I
120 feet.
see them at all?
Mm.
I'm still on the
Mm.
ground.
So, yeah, it'll be an acrobatics or athletics check to climb the wall, which you have advantage on because of potion of climbing.
Alright. I will do so. That's one.
You're also further back than they were. You had additional.
I ran toward the
Yeah.
thing.
He's 25 feet away from the wall.
So 25 of your 30 feet goes to getting there. You don't have eyes on the creature for aggressive, so you'd have to use your action to dash to get up there.
While in mist form, the vampire can't take any actions.
It's not an action. It's
Dash
Time
is an
is
action.
dash.
That
Oh.
is an action.
that one.
Yeah.
So it's
Dash
only
is an
40
action.
feet away.
So it can get 20 feet.
Okay, so it's
It can get.
40 feet.
40 feet.
It has a flying speed of
Alright.
20 feet.
It didn't.
Okay.
Legendary action moved,
Yeah,
then on
Legendary
its
action
turn.
is an action.
It is not.
Kind of says it right there in the name.
It is an action.
It is not the same. A bonus
Oh.
action is an action if you go by that logic.
Yeah.
It
And
doesn't.
I would say it couldn't take a bonus action either.
I
doesn't.
speak.
You may.
So get up on the roof. I'm gonna dash.
Actually, check.
Okay, so dash, athletics check to climb.
Straight from Monster Manual.
Oh yeah, there's actions. So yeah, it's 20 feet away from him.
Okay, 20 feet above Katir then.
13.
You get up there. I'm gonna take.
Alright.
Sure, you get up there.
Wait,
Alright, do I
Doesn't
see
he-
what's about
didn't he
there?
drink the climb potion?
He did. He had advantage.
Alright.
So.
So
You used-
do I have sight on it now?
When you reached the base of the wall, you had 35 feet of movement. You spent 30 of it to get up the wall. You have 5 feet of movement now. It is 95 feet, right?
Yeah.
It is 95 feet from you. You have 5 feet of movement.
I have sight on it, right?
You can see the black mist rolling over and trying to ascend away. Yes.
I'm going to aggressive away.
Okay. So there's another 30 feet acrobatics as you leap to the buildings.
You said it was how many? If I don't do that, fucking acrobatics.
90 some.
90 if you use your last feet of movement to move closer.
Okay. Does anyone have an action card?
No. Bonus action.
No.
Or reaction. Or no, I already used my bonus action, but I have reaction.
Same, I only have extra
But
reaction.
Shane said he had an extra action.
No, I thought
Yeah,
I
but-
did. It's bonus and reaction, same as Katir.
Mm.
Alright, I'll try and get closer with aggressive then, I guess. Acrobatics.
Okay, acrobatics. I'll give you advantage with the potion, because it's about the same sort of vibe. Climbing and then bounding from building to building, close enough in my mind. So with a 15, you're able to make it 30 feet closer, so 60 feet from you now.
Okay. Alright, that's my turn.
Can't use legendary actions. Dat,
Is it 20? Is 20 feet in the air? Then?
yes.
So going by what Katir said, it's only immune to non-magical damage.
Yes, but being at 0, it's already at 0.
Yeah.
Doing more damage to it doesn't do anything to it.
Right.
You have to either destroy it or it's.
Actually, no, that's not technically true. It's at 20 HP now.
Oh, it took radiant damage before, didn't it?
Yeah,
Not in the preceding turn.
But it can't regenerate
No,
until it
no.
reaches its resting place, can it not?
Crap, I haven't run a vampire in a long
While it
time.
has 0 hit points, it can't revert to its vampire form and must reach its resting place within 2 hours or be destroyed. Once in its resting place, it reverts to its vampire form.
Check regeneration. Does it say 0 HP or 1 HP?
If it has at least 1 HP and isn't in sunlight or running
Okay.
water. So,
Yeah, I'm wrong then. I haven't run a vampire since Strahd.
nah, you're good. That would be fucking broken, though. You down it, poof, then it comes back up the next
Yeah.
round. Jesus.
Yeah, dealing
You're
more
right
damage to it
back
right
down.
now isn't going to do anything.
Okay. I will say also, when you poof it, Katira, all the blood splatters onto the ceiling that was inside of it. On the roof, rather.
Question then. Did it actually hit 0
That is
hit points?
disgusting.
Yes, it did hit 0 hit points.
So is it at 0 hit points?
It
or
is at 0 hit
20?
points.
Oh, perfect. I'm going to use a reaction.
Okay.
Okay.
It cannot make a
I
weapon
won't.
attack.
Why?
Or wait, weapon attack. Oh, fuck, I misread that. Never mind.
Oh, you thought it was going to make it move? Ah,
Yes.
good thought.
You're thinking of the wrong class, brother.
Yes, I am.
But, so
What's
it
the
is your
word on
turn,
the
Dan.
ground now, so-
If you don't have anything sunlighty, like not just radiant, sunlight, there's nothing you can do, really.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do.
'Kay.
No.
Katira.
Can I try and help Cairn get here faster?
And not really. He's 60 feet out.
Really?
I mean, no matter what the mist does, it's within sight of. It's within hitting
Yeah.
range of Guiding Bolt.
Then there's basically fuck all I can do. I'll hold an action to take 2 quarterstaff strikes at it if it reverts back for any reason.
Its turn comes 40 feet up from Katira, making it 80 feet. Karen, what is your dark vision range?
Mine?
How's it getting 40? I thought I'd only
No,
get
it's-
20.
It was already at 20, is what I'm saying. It's now at a total of 40 from Katira.
Oh.
Okay.
I am falling out of my chair again.
Brother, my dark vision 60 feet?
Okay.
Orcs have 60 feet.
So it is a black mist against the backsplash of the underdark sky, quote unquote. Once it's out of your dark vision range, there's pretty much no chance that you see it. And even inside, if it gets particularly antsy, it'll be hard to see. As it is a black mist against the backsplash of the underdark.
I
That's
mean,
why I'm keeping on it
yeah,
to make
yeah,
sure.
but I have the
You've got
antlers
eyes
of
on
my, of my comrades, and I can just run up to them, and then they'll be within range.
Look, there it is.
Mm,
Points of menacing intent.
so it moves, and it's then your turn, Karen.
All right, are there any more fucking acrobatic checks in between me and them?
I'm maintaining the same one you made to
Alright.
leap over these roofs.
I move 30, and then I use aggressive. If it comes within my range after the first 30,
You would be able to see it.
then I'll use aggressive again to get next to next to them, and I can see it right.
Okay. You should be next to Katira then, and it is 40 feet in the air.
All right.
Blast that cocksucker out of the sky.
Magic necklace charge.
Not the only thing he's fucking. Oh,
What'd she say?
I don't know.
Guiding bolt with the power of sun and the power of Sunny D.
Someone give him advantage.
I think he has advantage. No one's really hit it since he put a last Guiding Bolt on it, I don't think.
No, you did.
You did. You killed him.
I did.
yeah.
Well,
No, I killed him.
Eric,
Oh, Shiva, either way.
15.
15 misses. Unless.
can't run from a bunch.
Hang on, I gotta look at a feature again. Give me a moment.
What does its AC when it's just a
It
miss?
doesn't say that the AC changes
Okay.
in this form.
Okay.
I'm also looking at something else.
I don't have anything to
I
help.
mean, it's not even the damage, but yeah. So I'm like, this is kind of like virgin territory, so I don't know.
I ain't got nothing.
For sure, if you miss this one, he's gone.
Put it at 60 feet, so we'll be at the edge of Karen's dark vision.
Yeah, but I would need to spend Deathly Necklace charges, so there'll be a 2-turn interim.
I think it might be a moot point, regardless, based on rereading and abilities. I'm pretty sure, based on this, it has to be dropped to 0 by sunlight to be destroyed. Hitting it with sunlight now would prevent its regeneration and do damage.
It doesn't not have to be dropped by sunlight. It has to be dropped either in sunlight or running water.
Right. So
it doesn't necessarily have to be the sunlight hypersensitivity that kills it.
Right.
I think if you have it in sunlight at 0 health, it's just...
I would think that'd be how it worked.
You would think, but...
Is that something special added for your Casturgian vampires, or...?
No, but...
It's just
they have, I know the exceptions this one has, but it is not. This is just baseline vampire. Doing damage to it in mist form does not...
sunlight damage?
Even if it's sunlight. Vampires have to be reduced to 0 in sunlight or running water, or hitting it with the sunlight necklace would count, but at this point it is evading.
Okay, so he's gone then.
Pretty much.
Wait a bit.
I mean, not really. I have it branded. I know where it is.
That's true. And how long does your brand last?
Until
Forever.
he changes it, or it leaves the plane he's on.
Okay. You see it float past you all and over the wall into the next area.
We are that close to the wall.
I'm assuming you sat and watched where it went until it crossed over the wall.
No.
About 60 feet.
If we can track it, I still spell slots. I can just funnel it into the necklace.
Okay.
I'll jump from the building. I will break my own legs to kill this guy.
Doing the sunlight from your necklace will not destroy it, though, is what I'm telling you.
Oh.
You have to drop it to... Once it's in mist form, it's...
That's ridiculous, but okay.
It is how it's written.
A bit.
That, yeah, still ridiculous, but okay.
We'll watch it.
I go back to the end then.
Do you all do anything with the individual that you
Still looking. Wait.
Where's my drink? Actually, no, it's right next to me. Never mind.
Vampire SS knows that you have the sunlight weapon. They're coming for you.
Yep. They sure do. I mean, one of them.
Connor.
Yes.
Hold, real quick. Send me the line you're reading that you think is that you think that's why that works. Let me read over it.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
The professor is at work. I am like basically on the floor now. I meant more of like a literal sense, not an emotional sense.
Yeah.
I'm laying on the floor, basically.
You stayed up and didn't.
Let's see. When I drop resting place, no. Okay, so I'm assuming that this is not its resting place. Yes.
Like.
It has a coffin somewhere.
Yes.
Filled with dry dirt.
It has a coffin set as its resting place somewhere.
In a cloud of mist instead of falling unconscious, provided it isn't in sunlight or running water. If it can't transform, it is destroyed. While it cannot revert, it must reach its nesting place within 2 hours or be destroyed. Its resting place, paralyzed. When it drops to 0 hit points outside its resting place, it transforms into a cloud of mist instead of falling unconscious, provided it isn't in sunlight or running water. If it can't transform, it is destroyed. It's already transformed. I think he's right, guys.
Damn. So we have to follow it back to its resting place and put a stake through its fucking heart.
Yeah.
Someone get me the Poltergeist 3000. We'll vacuum this bitch up.
Which, if the assumption is they're in the higher district, which is not.
Well, I'll give you a free.
That rat probably can.
I'll give you a freebie. Also, keep in mind that Karen's the only one who could make this kind of check, but if you'd like to give me a history check to try and think of a way to deal with a vampire. Probably a very high DC it's something you would never hear how to kill a vampire where you're from, but no one else has encountered them. Minus.
Damn.
I haven't encountered it.
You have not, no. You have faced basically one type of enemy where you're from. In many different forms.
Being in the Underdark.
Not of any notable amount. You might have run into one and not realized it. They're not exactly dime a dozen. Is that last history check the one I was talking about? The 4?
No, I actually hit it twice. It's 19.
Oh. Last idea you have, if you could stop it getting to its resting place for 2 hours, it would dissipate.
Let me look at my spells. Anything at all.
Poltergeist 3000 vacuum.
We just kind of guide it away from where it's trying to go with a strong wind.
Unless someone's got a big enough jar with them, we can't do anything. And fly.
Or a strong wind, maybe. And just keep blowing it away from where it wants to go.
I mean, Giasa is a wind mini.
Yeah, but the Andara isn't here, so.
Can I put it in my water skin?
It's pretty slow. I mean, someone could trail it, and then
that hasn't marked.
That hasn't marked. We could just follow it. And...
That's literally what I'm trying to suggest. Just follow it and kill it in its bed.
Follow it.
I have one more third level spell slot I can use.
And it can't. Well, if it's in its, but also if it's in its little coffin thing, and we drive the stake into the heart, then it's paralyzed until the stake is
secure with other vampires.
In theory.
This is the vampire SS. There's no ways now.
At the very least, it has a number of ghouls with them.
Ghouls? You mean fodder?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop initiative since you all, while you all think.
Yeah.
The implication is that you're chasing, unless you all say that there's nothing you can do to stop it. Once it gets over the wall, I'm gonna say that's the end of the chase. But the brand of castigation will remain.
Okay, since it has... Okay, I'm gonna try something weird. Since Katira doesn't... She's like, okay, maybe this will work. She runs in front of where it looks like it's going.
Okay. It continues to go up each time as a reminder because range.
I thought it was going forward.
It's going up and forward in a diagonal line up.
God.
So it's honestly only a couple rounds before it's out of your and Dat's range altogether. A few more rounds till it's past at a far enough range to where it can get to Cairn.
Is it meant to get away here?
It certainly wants to.
Yes, it's a scripted event, Liv. Considering that we had to read the vampire sheet to even know it could do half of this shit. Yeah, it's definitely scripted.
I'm fairly certain we could have taken it down had all of us been there.
Yeah, you caught it off guard.
Absolutely.
I sent a message to Silver and then just no one else came.
Because Zonkari's
still zooted out
in the room, and he asked someone to protect him while he's in there.
Yeah, this is all happening while Zonkari's arcaning eye over the place.
I was AFK when you were arcane-eyeing. I don't know what the hell you're doing.
He's arcane-eyeing
right,
around the entire city.
Now I know that.
That's kind of why.
Yeah. Now I know.
Yes, you do.
So, do you all have anything to lower its movement speed or?
No, I was gonna try and get in its way if it was just going straight, but
I
I
have nothing.
All right, you all watch it go up and over the wall. That you still feel your brand of castigation on it, but it evades you all. What do you all do after the battle ceases? Do you go back to the individual who it was with, or do you go back to the inn?
Aaron goes into an alleyway, asks Katira to come over with a pack.
she follows him.
Hands him his clothes and shit, and he turns into a bear. I'm gonna go give me some to drink.
Yeah, rat's gonna follow the mist.
Okay.
You're just gonna... Alright, well.
Give me
Well,
another.
So here's my path thinking here. I'm not gonna go into wherever the fuck they go. I just want to figure out general where they're basing out of, and that gives us an area to avoid.
Karen and Katira are in an alleyway, recovering, getting a hold of themselves.
Yeah.
That give me a stealth check as you try and hide again as you're moving about rooftops. And then if you're going to scale the wall, we'll need that acrobatics check. I'm marking you as the red dot now.
Okay.
Roll20's pissing me off. It doesn't automatically scroll.
Yeah, it's not automatic scrolling for me either. Yeah, it's getting annoying.
Okay, good. It wasn't just me.
Okay.
Doing
Yeah,
it
it's been
me
happening
too.
the last couple of days.
Acrobatics check.
Utility updates be like.
So stealth first.
They're both there, Connor.
Oh, rolled. Oh, auto scroll. Fucking hate.
We literally were just talking about
I
this.
know, but I looked and it wasn't there. Glanced to my phone. Glanced back. Auto scroll. So 19 for stealth and a 21 for the acrobatics. Correct?
Yeah.
So you got a 19 stealth. Please roll the dice. Roll 20 is lagging on my die roll. Give it a moment. Okay. Up. You make it up and are hanging off by one hand on the wall. You listen. You hear guards walk by. And the moment they're past you, you flip yourself up, skitter on the other side, and off hang on the inner area. And then start quickly sliding down to avoid being spotted. And you have touchdown. This is a tall wall. You scaled probably, I want to say 60 feet plus tall wall. I don't have exact measurements, but it's tall. And you hop over it, then slide down. I'm not going to do fall damage because you... Cool moment of just like dagger in the wall sliding.
Well, he still has the ancient hook tool.
True. Somehow or another, you avoid your fall damage as you're stealthily moving. You've touched down in the higher district. You touch down about the West Rosring Farthing. West Rose Ring Farthing. Basically, think like if a subdivision was called Rosewood, all the like rose iconography and residential stuff. That's basically what you're looking at. Ignore the west part, even the map that I generated on oriented that as west. It's gonna be South Rosering.
Alright, anyways. Following the mist.
Okay. You keep on. Do you do anything to make yourself look less filthy?
Less filthy?
You are you would stick out if you crossed into main alleyway or main thoroughfares.
I assumed he was still on the rooftops.
He is. Are you also leaping rooftop to rooftop?
What?
Are you going rooftop to rooftop?
Yes.
Okay. You fall.
Lose track of the fucking thing if you go on the streets.
Okay. I mean, you've got your brand of castigation. It's hard for you to lose track of them.
It's also less conspicuous unless they have guards posted on rooftops.
Not on every rooftop, but you do see that there's like, especially to the west, the court ward where all the jails are, there are guards mounted across the river.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep an eye on that and avoid detection. You do eventually make your way into Lamp Village and in the basement. Okay. Lamp Village in the basement of a temple in the middle of the community. You see the mist slides into a crack. You would have to get close to look in the mirror in the window for the basement that it slid into.
Does the place look guarded by, like, say,
It looks
ghouls?
inhabited and guarded by clergymen
Clergymen? The
with it.
vampire? Ooh.
With a candelabra symbol on their vestments.
How brave am I feeling?
That's a question that only you can answer.
You already owe the Fae so much fucking money. I don't think it's gonna work a second time, man. Don't do this.
Yeah, or at least I know the building it's inhabiting.
Yeah.
We can make our
even
full
if you, even if you got in, what could you do?
Stake it.
That wouldn't kill it. It just paralyzes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be
Until
down
somebody-
temporarily, at least.
Until somebody comes and takes the stake out.
Go into the rooms. Fucking.
Alright, I know the location. I'll go back to the end now.
I would like another acrobatics check to scale out of the wall.
Okay.
If you aren't going through the guards area.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Hold on a minute. One moment.
Was it not like the U.S.-Mexico border? They only care if you're going in through one way.
Well, you didn't approach the guards to ask.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Were they
I don't have anything for that, actually.
But after his result, I'll let you know how the border status is here.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that, so yeah.
You leap to go on a wall. Oh no, the stones on this side are much well kept than the other one. Slip, 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 slip. Wile E. Coyote. Ping! Your
Ow.
tailbone smacks into the stone, like cobblestone street. I guess you have a literal tailbone, but you smack down into it, and you just kind of feel the shooting pain go up. You've made some noise, and you are spotted by some people. Seems to be just regular, no guards, but regular citizens see you drop. You see some nice clothes, but not quite fine clothing, look at you and gasp. Kind of clutching pearls.
Oh,
How do you respond?
I want to just dive away into an alley and hide again.
Give me a general dexterity check to just... That or stealth.
I'll
just-
do stealth. Goodbye.
You disappear into the alleys again. Word has definitely been given to the guards that there's a rat folk lurking around here somewhere, but you are hidden at the moment.
Great. Are there any, like, carts or anything going through the gates?
Perception check. You see some, but you don't see a clear enough line to get to one without being spotted halfway through.
Okay, go back to the party, let me think for a minute.
Okay. Katir and Karen. Karen, you send the Cliff Notes sending to Silver. Encountered vampire, went bad, it escaped. We're hiding. Also, Karen, if you didn't want a Baron again, you can disguise self at will. You still look like the bugbear. You can change your image.
I want to be a bear.
Okay. You are a bear then.
They're looking for any sort of humanoids. They got weird senses. They're gonna do some shit that I just can't think of. So I'm gonna be a bear.
I'll give you a freebie. If they're smelling you by the scent of your bear blood form smells the same as your non. It smells like werebear blood.
Karen didn't get hurt though.
Exactly. They don't have a scent on his blood.
Actually, did any of us get hurt?
You... I thought you did.
Self-inflicted.
It grabbed you once and then didn't do any damage and wasn't able to hit you again before I had to flee.
So it has nothing on any of us, other than
The-
descriptions.
Then smell of your sweat, but that's a lot harder to track than smell of blood for a vampire.
Okay.
Right, stuff doesn't mill with me, so that wouldn't do anything with the shard.
God damn, Norman. Silver the whole time, just being sexiled.
Oh my god.
Zonkiri not deafened, but
Yeah, I'll rescind the bear thing. That wouldn't actually help, so I guess I'll just be a Warforged, I guess.
Happen.
Yeah, I'll get back to being Warforged.
yeah. Brim flick. Warforged again. I know, but it's a funny image. Just, God, my body. Okay. Silver, can you give us the room? Yes. Funnier than it should be.
Yeah, we head back to the inn, I guess. Let's go. You find the Katira.
Yeah, let's do that.
You all make your way back to the inn. Dat, have you come up with anything to escape the inner ring?
Is the river gated where it goes through?
You are on the other side of where you would be able to see that. But you all saw last time, and I'll give you this for free. The levels that go under the walls, there's a weird vortexy current that runs under them that made you all kind of be standoffish about getting in the water that you saw last time you were here.
Okay.
Guards are actively starting to look down alleyways and such. So I'm going to cut back to them for a minute. You all enter back into the tavern and make your way back up to the group. Secret knock or whatever you do to be let in. And door opens. Silver, you were given the cliff notes. Did you share it with Endario and the others? Okay. Zonkiri, while arcane eyeing, you do hear this. We'll say towards the end to make things easier narratively.
Katira just comes and sits near Andariel and Bogana and just looks immensely frustrated and disappointed.
The furthest corner he can and just fucking mopes and just sits it. Also looking very frustrated.
So, had a good chase?
No.
Well, I'm sorry that didn't work out for you. I do wish you would have been able to kill him.
I did.
He's a
It
vampire.
reverted into mist and it got away.
For some reason, the sunlight did. I thought it would put it down after it was smoke.
The in-canon reason, if you'd like to know why, when you would hit it, you'd see just a tube of what you were burning with sunlight being mist done, but the whole body of mist would not have be affected enough. What you would burn away with a bit of sunlight would just have more mist appear.
So wait, hang on. By those rules, would it have worked if I had just turned a pebble with light and had Dat chuck it at it?
No. That's the in-canon reason of how you picked up on that you were hitting it. It just wasn't doing enough to destroy. It's me saying that your character's picked up on this in-character knowledge.
Alright. So, in order to put them down permanently, we have to kill them with sunlight before they go to 0?
You have to be dropped to 0 by sunlight, essentially. Or be in sunlight when they drop to 0. Or running water.
Got it.
Right. Use your magic stone before it dies.
It ran.
If you do, that would be... I think what he's alluding to is if you use the light part of it to cast it on like their clothing, and then they get dropped, that would work.
It can't be worn or carried.
Oh. I thought it could be, but they had to make a dex save to avoid it.
No, it's a cantrip, Connor.
Alright.
You're thinking older editions where you used to be able to cast it on people's eyelids.
Jesus.
First of all, amazing.
lays down flat on her back, kind of spread out on the floor.
And you absolutely can do that. That is the last part of the light spell.
All right. Well, that was unfortunate.
She's just splayed out in a big X.
Agreed. But good news, while you were gone, we did happen to find the rat we were looking for.
Wonderful.
Well, Zankiri found the rat we were looking for.
Fantastic.
Should we
Hold
try
on.
going after them tonight, or should we go?
Those of you
Tomorrow.
pooling vampire knowledge, go ahead and roll me history on how long it takes a vampire to recover.
Would I be able to roll on this?
Have you ever encountered a vampire?
Probably
I have
not.
now.
But would have I been able to read about them?
That's a fair
I'm a
point.
researcher.
That is a fair point. I will allow it because I'm sure it's one of the like, in the same way you would learn about lycanthropy in your books. Cool.
Advantage because I'm a necromancer and I used to have a pet vampire.
Sure. Andariel's got it either way. But for shits and giggles, sure.
Stop Zankiri from trying.
God, okay.
Okay, just for shits and giggles, because he used to have a pet fucking vampire, I'm giving my 20 to him.
Fair. I'm trying to.
He should know more than the bookie girl who fucking read about it in a book.
I will say though, his vampire was not like the vampire. His vampire was an
alchemical vampire.
Yeah.
Then fuck you, I take my 20 back. Give me my knowledge.
Also, not for nothing, I believe I was privy to a conversation they had where Connor's vampires differ from the ones for his.
Yes, the higher they rank up in caster, the more exceptions there are to vampire weaknesses and rules.
Right. This one seemed to be.
This one was an arbiter.
Yeah, this one has some. I won't say exactly what it was, but I had I knew which rules were.
If I had to give like a proper naming to it, if the baseline bitch running after me was like a newly out of the academy inquisitor, this was an inquisitor captain.
Yeah. So Karen, you would be able to extrapolate. You've never heard stories of a vampire being killed by running water from where you're from, despite people bringing it up as they're musing on ways to destroy it. You piece together that's probably has something to do with that. That's a very common rule to be overworked, and those of us who aren't susceptible to it just kind of bank off that rumor that it doesn't get done to them. As far as how long it takes to regenerate, once in its resting place, it reverts to its vampire form. It is then paralyzed until it regains 1 hit point. After spending 1 hour in its resting place with 0 hit points, it regains 1 hit point.
So it's going to be up and moving in an hour.
Well, once
Wonderful.
it reaches,
It was
so it has
there
to
when
reach the place.
So
was there
basically, when they got back to you all, it got back.
Oh.
I mean, it moves slower than them, but we'll say in about an hour-ish, it's going to have finished reforming it to 1 hit point.
Right.
Katira just drapes an arm over her eyes. Wonderful.
Zankiri, you wouldn't happen to have made that scroll for me, would you? Yes.
I gave it to you several weeks ago.
I mean, I imagine it's not going to come after us tonight, but tomorrow or the day after?
Hold on. Do you know where it is resting?
That will.
In one of the higher districts.
But I do suggest we don't stay here the night, because in an hour, it's going to be able to talk to people. To other vampires.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
If we leave now, Andarl, can you message that?
No.
Damn.
I used my last third level to tell Silver.
My apologies. I don't know
I
the
will.
sending spell.
There's a optional Tasha's feature. I don't know if it does a high enough level, but there is a thing where you can burn a channel divinity to get a spell slot, and you would have used your free one with your amulet of the divine.
Half your proficiency bonus.
Is it rounded up or down?
Down.
Always.
Oh,
So you can get back to first level.
harness
Here's the
divine
thing,
power.
though. Even once it
Oh.
wakes up, it'll still be extremely weakened, and as you said, it'll start talking to people, but it won't be leaving its resting place. Not while it's weakened like that.
Not
If we
for a
go
day or
there,
so.
yes. If we go there right now, we should be able to, depending on where it is, catch it before. I mean, it'll wake up, yes, but we'll be able to catch it before it can recover. If we can
What
take
did
out.
happen to the drunk?
That's up to y'all. What did you do? Did you go and get him, or did you leave him because you were in a hustle? He would slow you
Let's hear
down.
what
I'd like to hear what he was saying. You know, before you just started saying shit in the middle of him talking, please.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
saw Connor's
Let's
laugh.
have Zankuri finish what he was saying.
Go ahead.
If we can get there before it fully recovers, it's not going unless it has a sending stone on hand, which by chance it didn't. Did it drop anything when
Blood.
it? Okay. In that case, it probably didn't have one on it,
Which means it's gonna pop up starved.
Mm-hmm.
which means it's also not going to be very rational. If we can get there while its minions are dealing with getting it back to to at least rationality to figure out what the heck happened to it. If we assault the place, even if it's incredibly weakened, if it flees, we'll have its resting place. It won't. It'll be essentially trapped. If we can get its coffin, it has no choice but to seek us out, or next time it gets hurt, it's screwed. If we can get there before it even gets a chance to leave, though, we can still take it out with whatever sunlight might be remaining. Or whatever. Well, actually, I have heard of a few vampires that don't particularly mind running water, but still.
I do have a simple question at this point. Barring, I already know what Karn's gonna say, but do we really need to go after it at this point? It wasn't here for us. You merely just exposed yourself to it. We're here for something completely different.
I would agree with you, Andariel, had they not attacked it with the sunlight.
It
But-
didn't attack first. We attacked first.
So now we're completely exposed to this
No.
when we were here to do something completely different.
I mean, we're not Karen who's, but
If he's
Still.
exposed, we're
Myself
exposed.
and that rat.
As
If we
much as he
can-
irks me, I'm not going to leave him, abandon him to his own problems at this point.
yes.
If the vampire has retreated into the upper parts of the city, does that not mean it is in the same direction as we wish to go anyway with our target?
More or less, yes.
It is only another problem on the way. We will destroy them both.
They're doing
Alright.
something to the Dampier. There have been disappearances of the Dampier. And that one was attempting to drag it into the upper circles.
Do we
I
have a
hate to
connection
be-
to the Dampier?
Kind of
Yeah.
rude about this, but who cares?
I do. sending was for.
Do you
What's
have a
ending?
connection to the Dampier?
The one I sent to Silver that he told you guys about. The original one. I used 2 on him. One when I went and one when I came back.
And I didn't particularly think you were going to attack it, so.
I was rolling on it being a regular Inquisitor, which could have been dispatched quickly and silently. Also, but he also could get some answers before that happened. And then it turned out to be a much higher creature.
Well, now that we're back together, as soon as that rat gets here, let's go deal with it.
He went after it to see where the resting place is.
Garen's face
Yes.
is in his hands when he hears that.
Getting back to you, Dat. Last chance for an escape plan. Dom?
So the guards are aware.
Yes.
They're actively searching.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances of that they're aware of vampire inquisitors operating within their city?
Knowing how scummy the city is, fairly high. Or if they don't know, they wouldn't care.
Okay, then.
Especially not if they're preying on the poor instead of the
There goes
wealthy.
that plan then.
With one particular.
All right.
larger-
At the moment, do you have a plan? If not, they're going to find you.
Yeah, we're gonna go back over the wall. Try it again, going over the
All right.
wall.
Give me one more acrobatics check to try and hoof it. 15 is not high enough to get there without being spotted. I'll give you the choice. You can be spotted, and the guards with crossbows and such will get shots on you. Or you can abort the plan as you're starting to scale and go peacefully.
Let him take the shots. You ain't no bitch.
Are there like 15 crossbowmen
I would
counters?
say, like, how many crossbowmen are we talking?
However many guards are patrolling the poor to the somewhat wealthy area after being told that somebody's broken through the wall and they're patrolling. You take a guess.
Broken through is a strong word.
How do you think melodramatic people who have money describe you? This vicious, bloodthirsty rat covered in blood dove after me, saying he was going to eat my children. Huh?
What?
Also,
Alright,
they're not
so-
notorious for being nice in the city.
Then
feel
no,
like this
I
is
have my
some sort
backup
of
plan.
social
Okay.
commentary.
Last
I have
chance.
my backup plan where
Okay.
I have this. We're in the shadow. We're in the Underdark for a fucking reason.
Yeah, you'll be able to dip in. So, are you committing to the wall, or are you?
I'm committing to hiding it out.
They will find you. Your
They will,
options.
they will find me.
Yes,
they will find me. Really.
Yes, they are actively going down every alleyway with lanterns and such and looking for.
So they're gonna search all the way back towards this wall.
Oh, you're going.
So there's
They're
no
gonna search. They're gonna search the whole fucking district.
They're
Drow are using lanterns?
bullseye ones, but
Not to
like-
mention, there's so many other places that just what else? You can just hide it.
yeah, they're doing a search around the gate for you.
Yeah, no, I'm going. I'm
But like
committing
no
further
roles.
into the city.
Okay, that
But not-
changes things. If you're committing further into the city, you get away. But you will be.
They said I'm going to hide it out.
Give me a stealth check at advantage for finding a place to lay low till the heat dies out.
28.
You find a crate in a unbelievably well hidden area. Boom. It has 2 little holes for a breathing creature that you take somebody's like pet Pomeranian, punt it down an alleyway, and climb into the crate. You're hidden. Fucking this owl creature in armor, Pyro. SIPI written on the uniform. No. You hide there. Let's say it'll take an hour for the heat to die down enough for you to not be caught. You can also give me an insight check to see how they would try and pick up how they would respond to you being here.
Or let's give an insight check.
Just keep an eye.
It's
up on your-
absolutely like they only care one way. They would just grab you and throw you into the lower end. But they would then be keeping an eye more on how looking for ways you got in.
It'll be
They'd
fun.
be doing that anyway.
So
I'm gonna say they'd be doing that anyways.
you nestle down in the party.
Yep.
I'm giving you meta knowledge. You don't feel that's gonna make it to you in time. Katira.
Yep.
You meditate on on these feelings you're having about the vampire getting away, and absolutely, you all watch her eyes start rolling back. She's regaining a new emotion.
Oh shit.
The sound in your head, Katira, is almost akin to a like old style film starting to queue up
Mm-hmm.
as I'm changing the music.
I'm now suddenly very concerned because I had a memory as Liv the player. Oh no.
Ah shit.
Mm.
Here we go again.
Curious about to hit you with a newspaper.
No.
Now time for sieges.
Like, she's doing procedures again.
I would like to argue they wouldn't see my eyes roll back. I described Katira with an arm thrown over her eyes earlier.
You know, typically seizures don't just involve the eyes.
There is a visible sign that you're starting to brain blast.
Ma'am, does the word manic convulsions mean anything to you?
Her face is covered, but she's twisted up, just like a pretzel. Yeah,
She
she's
looks
fine.
Like, looks like one of the
She's a mo-
traveling
she's
merchants
stretching.
from Elden Ring in the fucking tomb.
So, Katira, you
Yep.
start free falling into your mind. You briefly hit that nexus point where you saw the terrains. And you start sliding towards the mucked over badlands of anger and rage. You start seeing the terrain shift. The flashback sound you hear in every show starts hitting. I'm gonna double check the words you send me so I know exactly what I.
Yep.
Now, I'm just gonna say them out loud.
Yeah, go
You're
ahead.
looking for exasperated and irritable. You
Yep.
harken back to you get a bit of a precursor to a memory. Previously, before the death
I
of
knew it!
your wife, it was
We had a stupid fight.
you had a stupid fight about you not raking out the stalls because you forgot, and then you watched her death. This memory picks up further back. When you committed to it, that morning she'd asked you, I gotta look up and remember your other name.
You don't remember it? You don't remember with the joke that you were gonna try?
My brain splattered.
I'll give it.
I'm pretty sure it's. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I think it's your wife's name who's evading me at the moment. Then
Rayanna.
Rayanna. I
That
always
was-
forget her name. You see Rayanna look at you, just getting out of bed and starting to put on work clothes. Adarin, I'm heading to the market. Can you rock out the stalls for me? I meant to do it yesterday, but I have to go into town before the caravan merchant leaves, or we're going to be eating nothing but grains for the next month.
Ugh.
I know you were planning on just relaxing today, but can you do this for me? It has to be done today. It's filthy.
Anything for you.
This is why I love you. Goes in for a peck on the cheek. All right. Grabs like 2 gold pieces. I'll be back. Try not to burn things down while I'm gone. And she leaves.
I'll try.
In your mind, you remember, that's the only chore you have for the day. It's just wrecking out the bins. You've still got time to go and do the readings you wanted. You go and you decide you're going to do it in the hayloft of the barn. Over by there's a large window you have for air and loading these things in here. And you sit by there so you're not absolutely suffocated by the heat. as you sit there with a book. It's a pretty gripping. It's just a history of Teldova. I'm going chapter by chapter. Teldova, even though I stuttered there. Sorry. I'm just reading over it, and time gets away from you. And you look and you see a lantern over the horizon, and much like when somebody realizes they forgot to take the chicken out of the freezer when their mom is pulling in. Oh shit! The bins! You drop the book. Scatter down. You can't find the fucking rake. Oh my god, the lanterns are on. She's headed this way. Fuck. Fuck. Strong emotion. Strong emotion. Strong emotion.
Yep.
Shit, you run out and grab it, and she sees you just pick up the rake. But are you still cleaning the bins? The stalls?
Yes.
How much shit was in there? She's like coming forward now, and she like sets down the like 2 packs of spices and other like dining pieces. Starts pushing past you and starts to look and see that I asked you to do one thing for me.
What? I'm sorry. I didn't. I just lost track of time.
Whatever. It's fine. I'll do it tomorrow on top of everything else I have to do.
No, I'll just do it now. It's
No.
fine.
She like pulls her wrist away from you.
I don't
Yeah.
see what the problem is. I'll just do it now.
You're
I
right,
already
fuck
have
it.
the rig.
I'll go get a rake and start doing it too, since I'm the only one who can do anything around here, apparently. It's not like I had to trek half an hour into town, haggle prices with the little money we have left, and then walk back on foot because we can't afford a horse or a cart, just to come back to find that you've been spending the day lounging around. It's fine. Here.
I don't know what else you want me to say.
I don't think there's anything left to say. Ugh. You know what? Have at it. And she leaves the stuff on the ground and storms off to the hill. Before your memory...
She's mad for about 5 seconds.
You get a bit more focus.
Stupid, it's my fault.
This part of the memory, you really get to lean into the aftermath of your stupid fight. You're in the... I'm so sorry.
No, it's working. It's working. It's good.
My momentum hit 0. You're kicking around. You focus very much... Sitting on my hands. You focus very much on the fact that this was a stupid fight. This was my fault. You do remember now that money was very tight. That it was a 2-person farm and you were not like selling anything commercially and it wasn't high demand. You were barely getting by most days. The book you had was, you now remember, is a lot more old and bedraggled. It's something you'd reread a lot of times. And you really focus on you are initially frustrated, just in the natural response to being yelled at. You're upset with Rayanna for being so hard on you. It was one job, it's not the end of the world, but you did promise you would do it for her, and she did have a hard day. Be a good wife. You should probably go check in on her. Don't let her just sit up there and sulk. It's probably supposed to rain tonight. And you hear a screech. And the memory ends as you feel your heart sink. And you feel sick to your stomach when you wake up.
She kind of sits straight up with a gasp.
I will say...
Are you okay?
You fully recognize, as I think before, you see like fields of fibrous cotton and other plants, and you look now at your calloused fingers as you shoot up, and it hits you why they are calloused before you went into service.
I remember more. It really was my fault. She died because of me.
You're thrumming your head back and forth. It's your fault. Your strong emotions attracted the Astray. If you hadn't made her mad, it wouldn't have sussed you out as a target as it passed over. She would be here. Just guilt, anger at yourself, sadness that you could have let it happen. Just beating down on yourself in a destructive cycle.
I'm a liability. I shouldn't be here.
Well, care to explain?
My wife died because I was stupid. I was foolish. I allowed my emotions to overtake me, and she became a target, and she died. I
Did
allowed
you
my
kill her?
The Astray are attracted by strong emotion.
Well, then that's what killed her, not you.
I may as
That
well
doesn't
have.
matter. You having emotions is not what killed her. It is whatever you said that was that killed her.
I've put us in danger today. I followed Karen and I pushed him into.
No. Karen put us in danger today. Not you. Do not accept blame on someone else's actions.
If I had just listened.
Yes.
Whether or not
But that's not going to change anything.
Whether or not you blame yourself for the death of your wife, she is dead. So it will not.
Oh, could have worded that better, Morgana.
Hold on, I thought she was
No,
still alive
no,
as some sort of abomination.
I quit.
Okay.
Is that how it worked?
Campaign over. This is getting higher. All right, I'll see you guys for campaign.
Morgana just turns his on Kiri and tilts her head a little bit. Is that how it worked? We believed that she had
No,
died.
you're right.
Guys.
It-
No,
Basically, she's
stop.
different.
You are
She's an
spiraling,
unimaginable-
Katira, hearing this. You can hear your
she's an
heartbeat.
unimaginable
Stop.
psychic pain. So just. I was above character. Karen is talking. That wasn't in the
Katira,
voice either. So shut the fuck up.
No, I know.
this is not your fault. What happened today is not your fault. What happened to your wife is not your fault.
It is.
No, it's not. Bad things happened, yes. But you did not cause them directly. That creature's existence caused the death of your wife. The cause of what happened today is because Karen went out of his way to do something we weren't here to do. I'm not sure why he decided to defend this vampire, but you went and protected him. This was not your fault. That was not your fault. And thinking so is just going to cause more problems in the long run.
Katira, we are not very knowledgeable in this whole thing, but we had met someone similar, and with the death of their loved one, they did not let it hamper them in their activities, but they used the memory of that loved one to try to. Morgana kind of thinks for a moment. Live for them and do things that they would have wanted. Perhaps you can try the same thing.
She kind of quiets down. She's been sobbing. She quiets down a little bit, just looking at the two of you.
Kiri kind of clears his throat.
Mhm.
Yes.
Personally, I'm not going to say it's not your fault, because I don't see whether or not that's important. Regardless of whether or not you were the cause of what happened then, today, or any other day of the year, what matters is what you're going to do about it. Running away is, well, I'd say that's the cowardly thing to do, but it's the least thing you could do. If you cared about this person or about anyone here at all, I suggest stop wallowing in your self-pity and do something about it. If you really do believe yourself to be guilty, atone for it. Don't run away. Don't hide.
If you believe that my mere presence is not putting you in danger, then I will stay.
If I did, I'd have killed you by now. Or tried to get you voted out of the party.
You side eye or?
No,
She
that was
kind of has a look on her face that you feel like reads, maybe you should have.
Does this speech sort of work on you, Katira?
Oh yeah.
I would say the overwhelming sadness and anger starting to turn to anger and joy. Is the last time you felt that was a adrenaline rush of wanting to kill.
Yeah.
Who do you blame for your wife's murder after this speech? Still you? Or is it entirely still on you, I'll say, or are you starting to shift blame to anyone else?
Starting to shift. And at this point, she starts to wonder how the Astray came to be and why they are where they are.
You'd like to make a religion check.
Yeah,
You might have been
because
taught
they're
this.
not everywhere. If they were everywhere, they would have just showed up right
Correct.
now.
Yeah.
So now
Amazing.
she's starting to have a different thought of it of maybe there is a specific cause of all of this.
So, I am going to give you their origin, and this is
More dumb.
So, they are created by a creature who now has a domain in the Hells. A figure you were taught this in the army. It's a thing you don't think about often. It's one of the intro teachings where they told you why your emotions have to be suppressed, where these things came from, how they do the things they do. It's basically a 2-week crash course on everything you're going to encounter, and most people just kind of you then give it an aptitude test to see where you're best placed. You did not do well in retaining most of this information, and so you got flunked to foot soldier instead of bureaucrat or caster or mercy monk. Pulling it up, I'm going to send you the actual straight up link to their page. You remember the figure is called the Mystic of Gleeful Guiles.
Oh, that bitch.
That guy!
They are a you're told that they count as both Fae and Fiend. Long ago, a woman had put herself into the primordial essence of nature, essentially the pool of well where nature clerics would draw their power, and got irradiated by it, essentially. When she came back, as she was a druid, her magic was now too strong for her to really control. A mold earth would mold a mountain, and there was no way for her to really rein it in. The recollection of the events is hazy, but the gist is people were attacking her grove. She tried to hit them with a blast of void, the fifth element, to delete the intruders. She gave it everything she could and tried to aim it at them and washed the entire Shadowfell in void and created the Astray by blasting every living soul and creature with this excess of void, making them unable to contain and control their emotions. And the cascade effect from this made the Shadowfell. In her isolation, she went mad and started to. The irradiation deepened, and her form became mutated. I actually still have her image on Roll20, I believe, because they would have drawings of her. It's now she resides in the Hells, sometimes referred to as the Underworld.
Honor,
Yes.
you did it again.
What did I say?
You pulled lore from another video game without realizing it.
Yes.
Do you recognize it, Shane and Tristan?
That was it. But honestly, I was getting ear raped by the music, and I missed half of this.
Does that reveal her yet?
Yeah.
That is the drawing of what she looks like now.
Giles.
She
That's
has
Giles.
her domain. She is the weakest of Lords of the Underworld and Hells. Her domain is the Forest of the Interloper, a grayscale forest made of clattering bones and corpses of what you recognize to be Astray, where all Astray. One moment.
We have any extra salsa?
No. Here you go.
Thank you.
Hi, Connor's mom.
Hi, Connor's mom.
So jumping back into the moment.
Hi, Connor's mom.
Yeah, she's gone. The Forest of the Interlopers, where all newborn Astray return to. And they get just enough to convert, and then they go there to have the madness set in and fully enter her thrall. Those that get strong enough and consume enough other Astray break out of weak points in the forest and enter.
They have to consume other Astray.
And then they enter the Shadowfell usually, and then from there might find loose ways to break into other planets.
Wait, so you said they consume other Astray?
Just tell me what I've ripped off without knowing it.
It's
Void
Void
from Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
I played no fucking Final Fantasy.
And it also kind of sounds like the shit. What are they called? The things from Bleach.
I don't watch things that are
Neither I've seen. Neither I've seen.
The Hollows have to feed on each other to get stronger, to basically gain their own form. I mean, and then they try to murder everyone else.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Connor ripping off the void stand.
You missed a little bit, buddy.
Kill me.
I literally left around the time of Leb's stream, so.
Don't worry, Connor. They're
The Astray that killed my wife are fucking Void sent.
We'll get Connor to put a timestamp on when his life fell down the toilet.
Let's see. Recording says 3:58. It's right now.
So
I love it.
3:48. It was about 10 minutes.
I love it.
So, in the fully serious moment, Katira,
Of course.
Oh yes, we apologize.
you remember. You start thinking of who to shift the blame, where these things came from, and you just start flashing back to images of the drawing of her, the mystic of Gleeful Giles. And you just hear faint. You can almost imagine a faint giggling after you've got a new target. The last thing, she is almost insultingly, her madness has driven her to a very childlike disposition. The Gleeful Giles part, shapeshifter, giggling, thinks everything's a game, nothing is serious. The antithesis of the emotionless, nothing but serious people you've lived and worked with.
I think I have a new target.
Just rage and joy.
That is not a healthy way of thinking either, Katira.
I disagree.
Well, you're wrong.
I know. But if I can take out the person that started all of this, if I
It'll
can make...
still be there. You need to worry about finding happiness for yourself.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Katira. Do these words even land, or are you just subsumed with hate and vengeance?
Coming from Andariel, they land.
Okay.
I don't know. Revenge makes me happy.
Do you think your wife would want you to spend the rest of your life pursuing revenge, or would she want you to be happy?
I can't be both.
Because revenge never leads to happiness.
Why are you so hell bent on it?
Because I've led a fairly shitty life up until pretty recently.
So have we all. We're all fucked.
Yeah, and I would like to prevent her from doing the same thing.
Alright.
I just want her to be happy. Is that so wrong?
No.
Morgana raises her hand. We have not had very much of a life until this point.
Yes.
All in all, I've enjoyed most of mine.
You're an outlier.
Personally, I give mine
No.
maybe 2 stars, half a star.
Andara, it's pronounced outsider.
By the way, Dario.
She just closes her eyes and just rubs her forehead at that comment from Zankiri. Okay.
By the way,
Can
Dario.
anyone get... Yes, Karen.
I feel I should explain my manic behavior and why I attacked the Inquisitor. I needed answers because I received a vision from my god when I was having some, let's call it, performance issues. After throwing me through the snow, by the way, I was teleported into the snow and butt-ass naked. For about 15 minutes, I received a vision that the place I came from was reduced to ash and ruin.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And this was my fuck up. I did not account for the possibility that they would send a full-on noble here. I should have. I should always expect the worst. But the only other one here doesn't have the answers or was willing to talk again, or just didn't know. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe them, but due to more machinations in that same vision, I was inclined to give them a message. This felt like a chance I could have gotten to interrogate the individual, and I failed. And now there's no way I can find out exactly what happened to the children, nor my caretaker. So for that I apologize for flying off the gun.
Okay. Well, once Dat gets back, we can start.
I wonder what Dad's doing.
That's been here. What?
That's been gone for he's not going to make it back.
We might as well just go get another fake contract.
The problem is we don't know where Dad is. We have no clue what the fuck's going on with him.
Yeah.
And by the time the hour is up, they're planning on making a plan to dive after vampire before it can regenerate, and it's going to take him.
Don't even know where the vampire is.
We don't know where the vampire is. So
exactly.
Until Dad comes back, that plan's on hold.
But we know where the rat is.
No, we don't know where the rat is.
We know the district he's in.
Oh yeah, we know where that rat is. Wrong rat.
Not that rat. That rat.
The rat.
Oh, that
the
rat.
Not
Nick
that rat.
Rat.
The rat. You know where the filthy rat is.
All right.
And we got it out of our system.
I'm going to say something to everyone right now, and I don't think it's going to be greatly appreciated. But stop chasing after your own dark histories by yourselves.
I didn't. I gave this very explicit message what was happening, and I wasn't aware that you were indisposed. So I didn't
Did
expect
you wait? Did you wait for
a
us
response.
to
Yes.
follow you?
Yes. I was told. What was the message?
So you waited for us to follow you to engage the thing. Yes.
To engage it. Yes, I knew very well that.
And why weren't we there when you engaged it?
I assumed you were hiding. I just I thought Katira was not doing it well. In fact, I was
No,
scared
I thought
shitless. I was scared shitless when Dat Rat leaped from the building and teleported him.
out of character. I thought we were following as well.
Yeah. Karen only knew Katira was there because she fucked up her save. Or
I
not
thought we
save,
were
stealth.
we were traveling, but
Oh, so
Katira-
Silver should have been there too.
yeah, I thought we were traveling and
Yeah, no, I only had Katira and Dat.
Also, I thought I missed something because I had to take my headset off when I didn't see Silver like involved with the whole combat thing. I was like,
because I heard that we were
Somebody
turned away.
somebody
So
put in chat who was staying and who wasn't.
I put in the chat because I said Silver, Dat, and Katira left to immediately go help Karen, and then Zonkeri was still doing his arcane eye and was disabled, so Morgana was there. And I just assumed if Andariel wasn't
And Daryl
following
was no, and
no,
Daryl
I
stayed
thought
to
we
watch
were
to make
done
sure
with the
Zankuri did
arcane
nothing.
eye
goofy.
was done already because he found the thing before I got the message. No.
No.
No,
he was in the inn.
I hadn't
when he
left the
sent
building
this.
yet. I was downstairs and I messaged you.
Yeah. Apparently they followed the thing out, and then when the combat started, they were 14 turns away from the inn.
Yeah.
That's how that was. So
it was a conflict of communication.
Yeah, it was a conflict of communication because I thought we were traveling. He wanted us to do acrobatics check just so we could get close enough to you.
No, that was just some moving across building shit happening.
I mean, I guess that's that.
Yep.
Yeah. Bad communication. That's just it.
Shit happens.
Oh boy, it sure do.
That's where I think we're gonna call
it.
We're gonna call it on Zonkiri chastising Karen.
This will give you all a week to figure out what your game plan is going to be to try and stop this vampire from finishing his recovery. You have an hour. I'm not gonna take the couple minutes that would have been like your actual in-world conversation. I'm just gonna chalk that up to loose change. You all have an hour to disrupt the vampire's regeneration or somehow prevent the message from getting relayed. And on that, we're going to call the session. I about left Discord instead of hitting stop recording, which would have been very stupid. But